from California to, I believe they end in Savannah, Georgia on day 9. But hey, you talking about
clear across the country.
Good night. Guys, all right, so understand,
I saw
he
a picture
started
last
in California.
night of you on
That's a long ride.
social media. Yeah.
And baking. I mean, baking in the sun on these.
Oh yeah, wearing their
motorcycles.
leathers.
But man, it was really cool to meet him and talk to him, and he's so appreciative of the Rick and Bubba Army and your support. And as his foundation does amazing work on just bringing veterans together that don't even know other veterans are in the community, or awareness about what they're all struggling with every day, and to have a resource like Save the Brave to go to and be able to connect. And not only that, but just morale in general, just of letting this be a way that they can come together and show unity and go, you know
So
what?
you got there, and it was a good event.
It was great. JC was doing an afternoon workout close by, and so he passed by where they were meeting earlier than I had gotten there, and he called me and said, "I think they're getting ready, Dad." He said the drones. He said there's a drone up and there's camera people everywhere and all this kind of stuff. And so I was about 10 minutes behind, and it's just after they had arrived, and it was a lot of the local media was there.
Did you have your leathers on?
I didn't. I just wore a T-shirt, but
was theirs on it?
But they did. They had they had vests. It wasn't little vests. It was vests and leather and the motorcycles. The Harleys, and
feel them.
It wasn't just Harleys out. It was other motorcycles. But the money in those Harleys, y'all. They I understand they're a lot like a Jeep. You can just keep on adding to accessories and different add-ons and different things, but
making it sharp as you want.
Yeah, it was great meeting him, and he wanted to thank everybody straight up for all the support that y'all have given him. And
I'd love to see you with a fake tattoo on, but that's fine.
Day 7. Day 7. And so today, and I talked to my next door neighbor, Brian Singer, and he was there. He's a veteran. He went over at part of the group that went over and met him in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and kind of escorted him in. And he said, we're all worn out, and we're only one leg of this.
Yeah.
He said, can you imagine? They get up tomorrow, and they got day 8, and they just keep on going.
Long ride.
But they get so hot, they literally put like ice bags on their thighs and after the rides and the shoulders and stuff. Because, well, think about it. If you've got straight leather on and you're in that sun baking for hours, and they stop along the way to stay safe and kind of rest.
On a bike that long.
But, yeah,
Good night. Got to take its toll on you.
Yep.
Did you ever feel out of place?
I don't think. You always do when you go into another world like that, where it's like, hey, these guys all know each other, and ladies, they weren't just guys, and all just hard-nosed veterans that have served our country and riding Harleys and stuff. And so sometimes you kind of feel a little, kind of small there, I don't really belong. But
what have I done?
But being there representing the show and just saying on behalf of the show, thanks.
Did you give a speech?
I didn't. I just kind of hung out for a little bit.
Good deal.
There was a lot going on, and then there was a lot of media that was pulling at him too to get some TV media that was needing some quotes and different things for the newscast, and so he had other things to do. But we were able to kind of shoot the bull for a little bit and hang out. So it was good. So I know y'all forgot about me, but I was there.
I did, but then I saw a picture of you there, and I was like, wow, okay, so he's having to deal with Blackstone and this.
Yeah, they got a lot going on.
And it really turned out great. But the reason why this even came up yesterday is because Rick was heavily involved in this. Is if you watched or listened to the podcast, he threw out, well, you're so close to Speedy's home, Speedy needs to go by and see you.
He pretty much put you there.
Yeah, and so that kind of, and then my next door neighbor came over and said, hey, how you doing?
You had that.
Everything's going. And I said, yeah, I might try to stop by. He goes, oh, no, they're expecting you. Yeah. So I felt pressure to be there. But then when I got there, I was like, well, this is awesome.
Yeah.
You had Rick's comments with your servant's heart.
Oh, it had to happen.
I was talking to Terry. I said, I was really battling myself. Because being an overgreeter, I felt like I needed to stay longer, but I felt like I had the right time to leave. But part of me was pulling, going back, going, no, you need to stay longer.
Shut down. Yeah, they're not going to think that you took it serious.
Yeah, well,
like, why'd he leave so early?
Well, it was it was the right time because we hung out for a while, and then all the media started coming around him, and they needed stuff. So it was a great time for me to kind of just kind of back out a little bit.
Vapor. Yeah.
Did you see how I did that?
You did.
I saw you.
Nice.
Look.
Yeah. Hey, and if y'all don't think,
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? Wait a minute. Where'd Speedy go?
Now
you see him?
Yeah.
Now you don't.
Where'd the bald Zer go?
Where'd that ball guy?
He had a
go?
Zer shirt.
Fire breather.
Zers.
Get the fire breather back.
Come on, baby.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. The main show starts next with Rick, Bubba, Adler, and the crew.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cane pole and a branch minute.
So serious business.
I think you are one of them. I've seen on there.
Because I'm intrigued in this. Because backwater, Coosa River, catch it there. You take it 10 miles up the river and put it out on a tube under a bridge. They're going to come back.
Well, not all of them come back, but a lot of them will make it back to where they were caught.
How do they know? Or how to get there?
Well,
like a cat.
Well, yeah. You know how a cat will go home.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
You carry that thing cross country, it'll make it back.
I saw that firsthand. It terrified me.
I mean,
Maybe it's just a catfish that do it.
Yeah, and you can leave.
Hey,
yeah.
you're done for the day. Shut it down.
I don't
Shut
know.
it down.
That's hard for me to believe.
Well, I mean,
But look, I'm not. I don't know.
But your
I
point is still valid because even Ray, was it Ray?
Yes, it was.
Even Ray said, "Well, yeah, not all get back." So it's cutting it down no matter what. He's not saying they all return. So you're concerned about. I'm losing some great fish where I'm at. It's still true. He's just saying you might not lose all of them. Now and he says they tagged him and someone went back. I don't know.
Rick, watching
I
them
don't
too,
either.
I'm amazed at how big.
You think I know?
I need that data.
I'm amazed when I watch them fish how big some of the lures are that they catch them on. I mean, it looks like a monster.
But I tell you what,
and
you
then
need
some
to
of
do.
them use little bitty ones. You know,
Yeah. It's just all different presentations. And
some of them look like they were biting a corn cob. It was so big.
Bubba, are you
I thought-
about to buy a bass boat?
No, I just
here
thought it
we
was
go.
interesting.
I see where this is going.
Another kick.
Hey, hey, Bubba. What I like to do is use a little pumpkin plastic round with a chartreuse tail.
Little swimmer.
That's what I like. 'Cause that ain't what Coach likes.
He's going to get him a skeeter boat.
by the way, Dad turned 78 this past week.
I saw,
Yes, he
saw
did.
that.
Congratulations,
and
Coach.
said the exact same thing again. He said, "I still stand by. I don't think there's a 78-year-old man that can whip me." That's his thing. He said that again. I mean, it was funny because we were cutting up because we were calling him from where we were, and Wingo and everybody was around. And they were laughing about him saying it last year, and he said it almost again, a little different. Said, "I still stand." He didn't ask about Muhammad Ali, but he said, "I still stand on that. I don't think there's a 78-year-old man that can whip me." And I said, that's not everybody's first birthday thought, but it is for Dad. He started that when he turned 50. Yeah, it's been going for 28 years.
Rick and Bubba.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, baby, at American Classic. Change of heart.
How about it?
Yeah, I remember, and I've told you this probably every time we played this song. I can remember Six Flags Over Georgia, and they used to have bands everywhere.
Oh yeah. Good stuff.
And I remember walking through, and when you're a kid, you have kind of a distorted view of the real world.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah. Many adults do, Rick. Apparently.
Perfect example when I told you that one time my career dream was to be the guy that sold snacks at the ball game.
I wanted to be a
said you thought
garbage.
he made a lot of money.
I wanted to be a garbage
Perfect
man.
example of what I'm
I
talking
thought they had the coolest job ever, riding on that truck, drinking out of hose pipes everywhere, dancing when you got the cans.
When I told my dad, I said, I'm telling you, that guy right there has got it. And he said, let's shoot a little higher. Why don't you think about being an engineer? And, buddy, I froze and said, man, driving a train? I said, boy, driving a train. he's like, still not what I'm talking about. But anyway, so anyway, and think about this. I'm remembering, Greg, you might have been with me, because I think we were maybe, I don't know what age we were. But we were walking through Six Flags, and one of the bands on the stage was playing Tom Petty, Change Your Heart.
Yeah.
And the drummer was singing it from the drums. And I remember thinking to myself, these have to be the coolest people
Ever.
They had some great bands
in the world, and these guys are living the life. Now, it didn't
Oh, they
hit
had
me.
made it. They were playing Six Flags. I thought they were, that's the pinnacle.
I did too. I thought, well, here, these
They
guys.
probably get off, go ride the Scream Machine,
I thought to myself, well,
hang out with their buddies.
hey, they paid their dues and it's worth it.
Yep.
They've made it to Six Flags here on this stage over in the corner, not far from Buford the Buzzard.
Right.
Yeah, you mean you had different stages for the bands,
Oh,
depending
yeah.
on how good. You remember the band we saw that did a rendition of
Freebird?
Freebird?
You
With a
remember
band called
Freebird?
Bolo or something?
When I thought there was a band over doing
Not
Freebird at
Bolo.
Six Flags, I thought to myself, how do you become one of these people?
and they played it note for note.
Oh, yes. I remember thinking, how do you become one of these guys? I remember thinking to myself, guys, when we first started our band, I said, if I could just get us to Six Flags.
Yeah, if we could get
If
Six
we could
Flags,
ever play
get
Six
there.
Yeah, people walking by, eating a corn dog, looking at us. I thought, does it get any better than that? My gosh, these guys are playing Six Flags.
You remember was it Genesis? There must be some misunderstanding.
Yes.
I remember one of them, a band called the Dial Tones.
Great. Now, how do you remember that?
I remember.
Now you're going too far. I
They were
don't
good.
remember the names of
The
the band.
Dial Tones. Don't.
What about Buford and the Buzzards? Do you remember that?
well,
That would be good.
You and
Well,
I-
how about Buford the Buzzer? Wasn't he?
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show at 6:06. We Be Big is the number. We start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Now, who's ready to be part of it? Cam Solo's got it covered today. She'll take your phone calls and be sure that you are considered for an opportunity to be on the program today. And we'll unpack the stories of the day, your questions, your comments, and we'll get them in here. And, of course, we continue to answer your questions via the letters from the audience on a new series on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So that's another way to get it in. And I noticed a lot of you said calling the show not really an option for you, but that actually gave you an option. So that's good. We like that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Making up the Rick and Bubba Show. Adler just now joins us, just like Bubba and yours truly. He's got the YouTube option for you, live and archived. There's all sorts of ways to get the program, either live or archived. You can find them all at rickandbubba.com. In today's modern technology, there really is no reason why you shouldn't get as much of the Rick and Bubba Show as you so desire on your own time or as it's happening live. That's totally up to you. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba, celebrating 30 years of broadcast activity. Thank you very much.
She wore a raspberry beret, the kind you find at a second-hand store.
Yeah, there we go. Think I love her, Bubba.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, we got a lot of stories to unpack for you today and going forward, and I'm reading some of those. I know that we got the update on what became a national story out of our not just our state where we live, but actually the city and the area, Birmingham proper, the metro area, involving the alleged abduction of Carlee Russell. The good news is she is alive and well, and that's what we want to celebrate more than anything. And we hope that she can work through her issues and problems. But we do know now it is no longer up for debate. The facts were presented by those that investigated, and now Carlee Russell and her family have also acknowledged yesterday that everything was made up, that none of the things alleged happened. So there you go.
Yeah, that was all out yesterday. We'll break that down a little bit more. A lot going on today, and some updates on a couple of things. I don't know if you saw, but Barack Obama's personal chef died in apparently an accident, and that more about that story is coming out. I'll tell you, if you're around many of these former demos, buddy, you better really
you
better cook
watch
them omelets
yourself.
right.
Yeah, I didn't. That's interesting.
Very, very bizarre.
Yeah.
Also, an update. We had talked about movies and sometimes scenes in movies you don't want to see, and someone had sent us some information on an app called Run P. Have you seen this? Where it will tell you in the movie where to go.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah. I know you mentioned it.
I did. Yeah.
But I don't know if you mentioned it by name and
no,
got a little more information.
It was also off the air. I said I just got an email from a guy, the same one you were talking about. I guess it was a guy. I can't remember. And I said, hey, it looks like there's an app that'll tell you when to get up and go to the bathroom. And I thought, well, that's good.
That's good.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
Also, the Biden administration, they made headlines a few months ago going after gas stoves. Well, guess what? They're back at it again. Now they want your gas water heater.
The war on appliances.
Yeah, that Biden and his band of merry men and women who are going to protect us all from ourselves are destroying our homes an appliance at a time.
Yep. Now, hang on. We're going to replace them with electric, which is going to make the load go up, which is going to mean we're going to have to generate more power.
Also means you
do it with windmills.
Also means your power bill's going down.
Yeah. Again, we're in a
the
battle.
environment is still going to be affected.
Yeah, we're in a battle of kilowatt hours and BTUs here, and they're just playing a shell game.
That's it.
It's just like with electric cars. We're changing tailpipes to smokestacks, and we're really not gaining anything here. And I wish someone would stand up and acknowledge what's going on and act like an adult in the room, because it's a shame when we have to do it.
Well, the end result is we have the people that supposedly these politicians, and especially this particular party, they love to let you know that they're there to stand up for the common man.
Oh, yeah.
The hardworking middle class. And now they seem to do that by making the middle class have inferior products that cost more. All under, don't forget, a theory that is not proven. And don't miss that part or you'll get really upset.
Well, we want to steer you towards panic so we can sell you on how we're going to fix it.
Right.
And it seems like, though, everything they come up with, almost every story we have about the administration where they're helping us out, is going to cost you and me a lot more money.
Always. And the products won't be as good.
If not directly, indirectly.
And as Greg said, now, so what do we want? More load on the grid? Is that what we want?
Yeah,
more,
we have to upgrade everything. We're going to have to pump out some. We're going to have to generate it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when
windmills ain't there yet.
No, and when you look at your electric bill when it goes up, and you're saying that nobody will ever prove to you that your gas stove or heater was going to destroy the earth.
Yeah.
And then you'll look down, and everything will cost more, and you'll have to say, well, you could quit whining. You're saving the planet.
Yeah. It's giving us to 2029. A heads up.
Yeah.
That's when it's going to take effect.
Well, the real hope
story
is that we will have adults in elected positions by then that will stop all this.
And all that is, they're using that for their, current situation to be. They don't care what happens in 2029. They're just saying, look what we're doing.
Right.
So vote for us, so we'll keep doing it.
They're probably deep down hoping that'll never happen either, but it sounds good to say.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Yeah.
It gets the environmental wackos on your side and out of your hair.
Yeah. Look, Mommy, look what I'm doing.
I'm saving you from this tragedy too. So keep voting for me.
I care more than the other party. I care more.
Right.
You must not care about people's utility bills, I'll tell you that.
No.
Or people's livelihood. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this economy.
Awesome.
Well,
remember, he just dogged people.
Wear you out.
He just dogged people.
But you were walking by that old wagon that he popped out of, had the curtain on it.
Yeah.
Boy, I'd go the other side. I did not want to get caught up in the Buford conversation.
Do you remember the things he said would not be allowed in today's society?
No.
Hey, fat boy.
You think you could have a puppet buzzard that would make fun of people the way they looked and sounded? And,
he'd call somebody fat and tell them where the nearest concession stand was in a minute.
Yeah,
Life was so much
I know
better
where
then.
you're heading, Chubb, so keep on rolling. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, Rick. He was brutal.
As a matter of fact, if you want to know what the Six Flags character Buford the Buzzard was, it's just Greg. It's like you walking through Six Flags and Greg's over there as you go
He was
by.
brutal.
I mean, hey, you like you can eat briars to a picket fence.
Hey, buck tooth.
Yeah. I mean, it really was great, but you couldn't do that now. You couldn't even have that in the theme park, could you?
No.
All right, we got a lot to do. Let's start unpacking. We'll see what's out there today.
The president has a question for everybody this morning.
He does. This is the lead of the free world. Please don't miss that. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The president's definitely talking about it.
Rick, he's on the wall.
But if we can get Span update on the polar. First of all, he's going to say something that there's even a debate among people of faith on whether it's even a cuss to say it this way.
A cuss?
It's not a cuss. It's not a cuss. Because
I think in this context,
this word is in the Bible.
Yeah, but
okay,
I think
but he's not using it that way.
Right.
So I will be saying something that for some of you may be just slightly uncomfortable, but not a lot.
Rick, just read the quote.
Okay.
Today,
this is what the president
said. With the weather
said.
like it is.
This is not what Bubba said. It's not what Rick said. It may be what Greg said, but it's not what's
okay.
Right.
But anyway, because Greg is currently leading the free world. But here is Donald J. Trump. In the beautiful Midwest, wind chill temperatures are reaching minus 60 degrees, the coldest ever recorded. In coming days, expected to get even colder. People can't last outside even for minutes. What the hell is going on with global warming? Please come back fast. We need you. That is the president.
Hey,
that's not Rick.
Rick, he hit send.
Yes, he did.
Rick, while maybe this shows lack of growth in me,
Sure.
There's something about that I love.
Well, Bubba, but there's something. Let's face it. There's something wrong with us, and we start straining our necks to say, "Ooh, I wonder how bad this wreck is."
Oh, I know.
And this is that same place. You know what I mean? Watching something like this, I'm sorry, is entertaining. I mean,
here's the problem: the idiots have pushed so far to the left. We feel at home having somebody pull it back to the right.
Right.
You know.
Well, Bubba, you
just
said,
to get back to the middle.
You said before, if you want to hold me accountable for laughing at this tweet, then let's just stay there. I don't want you to have to hold me accountable for liking it and then lying about it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't want to be a liar.
You know,
I'm just going to like it, and I'm not going to add lying on top of it.
Right, because I don't want to be liking it and then tell you I didn't like it. Now I'm lying and liking it. So I'm just going to say that it made me laugh, and then you can hold me accountable for that part.
See, I would expect that from one of my buds.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I would expect that from people here on the show.
Yeah.
You're just not used to seeing these. Still, I haven't really got used to the type of tweets we get from the President of the United States.
No, me either. Let me go back.
But I'm going to tell you this. It's funny,
yeah,
and I love it, and I think just things like that endear him to the salt of the earth, mom and pops of the world, and the flyover.
Right.
Now, I know it doesn't play in the big metro areas on the coast, but
right up until he caved to Nancy Pelosi. But still, but
was it a cave? I mean,
well, how about this? We'll see.
And culture is wearing him out about it.
We'll see whether he caved or not. I'm not as savvy a businessman and negotiator as Donald Trump. So in my mind, it looks like you gave up leverage, and I don't know how you get it back in the PR battle. But he certainly knows more about that than I do. So he's probably 2 steps ahead of me. But anyway, so but you look at this, and this is classic.
This is
Trump
great.
right here.
Now
what's going to happen? We all know this, but I still think his tweet's funny. But we're going to know this because really the joke's on the people. It is a fact. Okay, because they try to make us forget, the great history revisionists that we all have to deal with in our country now. It is a fact that y'all led with the term global warming. That's what y'all were selling us on.
Yeah.
And then when that didn't seem to hold up, like now, you conveniently changed it to 21 minutes past the hour. That got you on my mind. Come with me, never go away. Here we go. So, as we work our way back, a couple of things to be aware of tonight. If you catch this show in Linden, Alabama, and this show is all over Linden, Alabama, tonight Rich Wingo is speaking to the Association of Churches there at Linden Baptist Church tonight. They'll be gathering, hearing a message from Rich, and also they'll be hearing about the men's discipleship strategy for their men's ministries at all the different churches. From themanchurch.com, we'll have one of our pastors there that has been doing the strategy for a while at his church. He'll share how it's worked for the men there, and so it'll be a great time tonight at Linden Baptist Church with Rich Wingo, so make plans to be there tonight. Bubba, a couple of things. We mentioned this. I know we've been discussing the Vikings a little bit on the program, and and your first round draft pick. Now, who is Jordan Addison?
Receiver.
Where was he from?
USC.
USC. All right. So Jordan Addison
obviously must be pretty good.
Was given a citation by the police for going 140 miles per hour. Now, I
told you he was fast.
Great. How about any time you think about that, you think, all right, there's certain places that the NASCAR series is going where he would be on the lead lap.
Oh yeah, top three.
Yeah. So 140 miles per hour. He now has come out and said that the reason why he was driving at this high speed, and I think the time was 3 a.m. in the morning, somewhere like that, was because his dog had an emergency at home.
Plus, Rick, them Lamborghinis, I mean, you barely hit the gas. You're doing 140.
Right. I mean, well said, Greg.
Well, we have a history of these kind of things. You're going to have to slow her down.
Yeah, that
nothing good going to happen from that.
Well, you would think that the Ruggs incident
how about that?
Would be a real wake-up call for a lot of folks who's in jail right now. But so anyway, hopefully...
Who was also a first-round pick. His day.
Hopefully, Mr. Addison will learn a lesson on this, that nothing horrible happened. It was not... That's dangerous to drive that fast. 3 a.m. in the morning, always associated with... Never really associated with too many good things.
No.
And, And so, but
That was a dog emergency.
Yeah,
Right?
and of course we all know that that since it's a dog emergency, now nobody can be mad at him.
You got to give him credit because you're right. I mean, it was this dog. I mean,
yeah.
don't say nothing.
Oh yeah, if he just said he was trying to get home to a kid or something, he'd still be in trouble. You know, but the fact that he played the dog card, he'll be off the hook now.
Now, what kind of dog does he have? Does it say? And what was the dog emergency?
Doesn't say.
That doesn't
I
really
think it
say.
ate a piece of chocolate.
Doesn't really say. So we were mentioning. That's funny. Greg said he'd like to come visit.
Yeah, I'd like to see him if he's okay.
Do you mind if Papa stops by? We mentioned this yesterday, but according to the update today, Deion Sanders' girlfriend says that the Colorado coach had another successful surgery for blood clots. So does that mean that that he's not going to lose any more toes or foot? Or
I think
anything?
that he might have. Wasn't it possible he could lose his foot? So evidently, successful means he's not going to lose his foot.
Well, he's down to 2 toes.
Yeah, he's down. He's missing some toes.
So he underwent another surgery to repair blood clots in one of his legs, and we remember he had that back in June as well.
Yeah.
And said this second surgery was successful, and so we'll see. They put something on their Instagram that said he will be okay. So, I will say this.
This is kind of a busy time of year for coaches, too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's about
It's getting
to
real busy
start
now.
He
their
did say
summer
that they did announce that
practice.
he's going to miss the Pac-12 media days because he's recovering.
And they said that dance that he does, he actually will put the weight on the other foot. But I will tell you, and I don't think I'm alone in this room. Coach Deion Sanders is one of my more intriguing stories of college football this year. I can't wait to get a look-see.
Oh,
and,
yes.
and I'm not expecting a national championship.
No.
Don't misunderstand me, but because he's had to do what Saban had to do, and I can't even believe we're saying this. I know a lot of you can't believe it, and that speaks to the long time success associated in college football with the University of Alabama. But when Nick Saban got to Alabama, it was an Alabama that was unrecognizable, and none of us could believe it. Yeah. And I'll never ever forget. And it's so vivid. They were playing Southern Mississippi, Speedy, and some friends asked Sherry and I to go with them to a Bama game, and we were leaving. And I looked at my friend and I said, "I cannot believe what I just saw." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Alabama has average players that don't play hard." Yeah. And I said, "I really can't believe what I just saw." And so,
of course, Saban got there and fixed that real quick.
Well, and it's kind of what
the turnaround was amazing.
And I'm not comparing Sanders to Nick Saban as a college football coach yet, but he learns. I think we should all look to coaches that are successful and say, well, maybe we need to implement some of that. Hello, Georgia. Yeah. And Georgia has built a program, patterned after what Alabama built, and you see the results. But this is one of those things where you have to run people off. You have to come in and say,
it's rough, but you got to do it.
The standard that I'm looking for, and I'm now being the coach. I'm either Coach Sanders or Coach Saban or whoever. Right. The standard that I'm looking for, you can't play for me. Right. So I'll help you play somewhere else, but I got to free up your spot for people I think I can bring in that are better than you, and are playing a style that I got to have. Right. And so he's done that. Now that usually doesn't mean instant success, but maybe mediocre success year one, and then something happening by year two that looks like it's headed in the right direction.
I look for them to go to a bowl game, get 6 wins, and I look for them to upset somebody they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Anything's better than 1-11.
It is.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, we make the joke on this program that Bubba and I are still sitting here in year 30 because of low expectations. Yeah. So taking a job that has low expectations is really a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because like you said,
you can only go up.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't. Really, I mean, if he lost every game, you would be like, well, we only won one last year.
Yeah.
So.
And if you can win two, they go, hey, we won more than
that's a 50% increase.
Yeah, and like you said, Helmsy, if he even gets them to a December bowl, a bowl that requires 6 wins, it's if they're 6-6, it's a move in the right direction. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. He's also it's a different world out there now. Mm-hmm. But I just from what I saw from the stuff they allowed us to see at Jackson State, he seems to brilliantly, with his presentation, put himself in a position to get away with things that maybe other coaches can't get away with.
Yep.
In modern times.
Right.
Sadly. And I'm not saying that as a positive because I think the modern college athlete has to be coddled a little more than. Well, I don't know I think we desired to be coddled, just nobody would.
Yeah, the desire was there.
That desire was there, but
we were just shut down, Rick. What are you talking about?
Our petition to be coddled was denied.
Yeah.
no.
Oh,
I can't find anybody to coddle anymore.
Of course, able to handle life. But, all right, so bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. Much more to cover, so there's kind of an update on a couple of stories out of the sports world. Also, don't forget, check our website. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? Have you seen people with Rick and Bubba swag and they got it like they like it? Check it if you haven't lately. A lot of cool stuff there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Climate change. They tried climate disruption, and I think that was too weird. Nobody could accept it. And it kind of faded away.
It's not scary enough.
Right. So now it's climate change, meaning any bizarre weather is tied to the problem of carbon emissions.
Oh, yeah.
And so what we're going to do is, by the way, I need to tell you something on this concerning Ocasio-Cortez. But anyway, so, and I want to be sure I can get it right. But anyway, so, I know what it was. I got it. So anyway, now they said climate change. So what they're going to say is, well, once again, Trump doesn't understand. This severe cold is actually tied to climate change that he's a denier of. That's what they're going to say. Okay, but
I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
It's factual that y'all led with global warming and changed it. That is factual.
Rick, look,
right.
let's just can we just have common sense here? And I'm not a scientist on this.
Mm-hmm.
We know from history we've had ice ages. We had little ice age, so we had warming to come out of those. In the 70s. We had the famous cover of Time magazine where they had the big story, are we headed into another ice age?
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Weather varies.
Yes.
Climate over time varies. We may be going through a period of it getting a little warmer or a little cooler. It just depends on whose numbers you want to go with.
And that's factual. The question is what's causing it. That's the debate.
Is it man-made or is it just natural?
And if man has a role, is it a significant role?
Right. Which I say it's not. I think it's like an ant
So a congressman that you and
pushing a Volkswagen.
A congressman that you and I know pretty well told me that he had to sit through he's on some panel where Ocasio-Cortez was talking about, and by the way, he said the strategy for the Republicans is to not interrupt her at all, just let her keep on speaking.
Right. That's
okay.
a good one.
So she started saying, dealing with some of the diseases with mosquitoes, serious,
right?
That she had done some research and she thinks that mosquitoes are drawn to CO2.
Shut up.
And that she said that the problem could also be climate change that's causing these mosquito problems.
Well, they are drawn to CO2.
Yes, but saying it's tied to climate change.
Right.
The mosquito problems are tied to climate because we're doing too many making mosquitoes worse. To what our congressman that we love, when he got his time, only said this. Well, this sounds serious. I would suggest that right now we all commit to hold our breath for as long as we can, and I yield my time.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh.
And he said it owned the room, by the way.
Look, we got to have some fun.
I said, please tell me that you're not making up the I yield my time. He goes, no, that was the last thing I said.
Yeah.
Because I acted like I was about to hold my breath.
to get a big deep look, we got to have a little fun with Gary. Let's ask Gary if he'll get us a signed picture.
Okay, from Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, or maybe a drop.
Yeah.
What about a drop? Can he record it on his phone? Just a voice memo.
You know what?
See, that would be gold.
Let me tell you this. We will have.
I'm even saying it low, like I don't want people to really know.
Bubba, let me say this to you, and I commit this to you. The only way we won't have it is if he just says, "I'm not going to do that."
Right.
Okay. Or she won't do it because the ask will be there.
Rick, I don't think she would even check up if you asked.
No. I suggest that we all hold our breaths as long as we can. I yield my time.
An expert now on banking, on Wall Street, and mosquitoes. From a young lady who was a bartender 2 years ago.
Right. We'll be back.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. And of course, we've updated you a little bit on the polar vortex. It is causing record. Minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Carshield.com/Bubba, standing by ready to help if your car no longer has warranty. Take away that anxiety of what's going to happen if that car breaks down and get it covered with a protection plan from our friends at Carshield.com/Bubba. We get you 20% off. These plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental car options while yours is being repaired, so you're never without a vehicle. And then they pay, if it's a covered repair, the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. Yes, you can still have peace of mind with that automobile that has no warranty by getting a protection plan at carshield.com/Bubba. You'll also find the link for that 20% off at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we do have an update on a story that we've already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, the Carlee Russell story has been a major story in the country here now for a week or two. And yesterday, authorities in Hoover announced that they had got information from her attorney, basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing, that the whole thing has been made up.
So here's part of that statement right here.
There was no kidnapping on Thursday, July 13th, 2023. My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area when she was identified as a missing person. My client did not have any help in this incident, but this was a single act done by herself. My client was not with anyone or any hotel with anyone from the time she was missing. My client apologizes for her actions to this community, the volunteers who were searching for her, to the Hoover Police Department and other agencies as well, as to her friends and family. We ask for your prayers for Carlee as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this matter. Carlee, again, asks for your forgiveness and prayers. We have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Anthony to further discuss this case. We're currently in discussions with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office in Bessemer about possible criminal charges related to this case, and we will announce those charges when and if they are filed.
So there you go. I don't think there's any speculation now.
Yeah, I think the Hoover police handled this, right by the book. They did the right thing. They gathered information. They, worked the case. And as it became clear that the facts were not lining up with the story, they let us know that. And I think you've seen this thing come full circle. Now, what we don't know is why she did it. But again, and I feel for the parents, assuming they didn't know what was going on. that they were concerned, but they've got their daughter back. They're going to work through this now. And as you heard the police chief saying, she could face possible charges for some of these shenanigans. And, but like we talked about, Rick, I think if you've made a wrong, it's time to come clean with it and ask forgiveness, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, there's no other approach because what's been done is done. It's how you respond to what you've done, and I think the response is headed in the right direction, and I think that may serve well, for those that there will be charges because you can't pretend there's an emergency when there's not one.
Right.
And now I don't know how severe that'll be or what they'll do, and I certainly
and there has to be penalty for that. That's the way you keep people from doing that.
And then you also have to take responsibility, which she will, and she'll be taught this that beyond the law, which that's step one, is the forgiveness is not going to be denied to those who true to repent by God, or should be denied by those of us that of course I wasn't affected by it, so me forgiving her will not be difficult. But for those that withhold forgiveness, we're told not to do that for those who are truly repentant. But the other side of the coin, which Bubba you're kind of alluding to, we also must learn that sin always matters.
Yep.
And it's I think we've unfortunately been duped into thinking that sin really isn't a big deal, but it always has been, it always will be. And one of those things is the damage that can be done from the old children's tale, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, is, what damages can this cause for someone that really does find himself in this situation. And now people, which we can't do, we're going to have to take these things serious every time. We can't risk we've heard this before. This may not be real, and then nobody go into action the way we would have before. We can't let that happen,
right?
Because then we'll be held accountable for someone who really had a problem, and we use this as an excuse to not move into action with the same fervor. We're going to have to take every one of these serious because you can't risk that it may be true. So I hope that she gets her life together. I hope the family can weather this storm. I hope they're people of strong faith, and if not, maybe this will be something that'll draw them closer to God, and there can be some good that comes from it. But it's a sad thing because that anybody would find themselves in the situation this would seem like a viable option.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes from there, and that the next stage will be if she'll be punished or not, and if so, how much.
It was such a bizarre story to begin with, and of course it captured the attention of national media all over the country because of just the details of it.
Yeah.
The idea of a toddler walking down an interstate at night. It was just, and I think it also caused a lot of people to turn their head, going, that doesn't sound right. Right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Well,
one thing I don't think she accounted for was ALDOT cameras on the interstate that we were able to see the whole thing.
Guys, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
You probably don't know that and read your car tag.
No, I do that. I know that now, but I didn't.
Yeah. Well, that too, and the first thing that when people were panicking, and it did. I mean, I know people who had plans they canceled. Especially females all over our city were terrified. Mm-hmm. And one of the things they took away from the toddler thing, and it did, the first time somebody, and I guess it was Greg I heard say, but I know others had, I didn't know about the ALDOT either. And when the ALDOT was shown, that was the first time that Greg pointed out. So we got all this traffic out there and no one else saw a toddler.
Right.
And so that's when it started kind of unraveling. But the first thought from people that I talked to that were scared was these people are so wicked they'll use anything to try to get you to stop and where they can grab you.
Yeah.
So that thought was out there too.
Yep.
And it did cause quite a bit of panic.
Oh, my family.
Yeah.
Inside my own family it caused
Yes.
panic.
Oh, yeah. That's all we were talking about that weekend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I said, Terry turned into Nancy Grace. She was trying to
Lisa
break it
was all
down.
over
My girls were scared to death.
Yeah. Well,
Amanda concerned.
Yeah, and you do the right thing and walk them through that because still going forward, one thing, as a matter of fact, my mom and a friend of hers saw Sound of Freedom yesterday, and I was hanging out with Dad for them to get to go to that movie, and she came back and she said one of the things that she did not know from the movie pointed out that the nation that has the number one nation in the world for this stuff is the United States of America.
Yeah. Wow.
We have the most pedophiles, we have the most drug trafficking, and we're used to send people all over the world. And so, this kind of thing is still true, and you still need to take precautions. But it did cause a level of panic that I'd never seen before, because people thought, well, my goodness, they'll go to anything to get you to stop and grab you, and then you start thinking. Then you thought about how would that even work, and that's when it started kind of coming apart. But it's a sad thing, and we're going to have to, as the people that have all these different reactions, somehow everybody's going to have to go. Don't need to be living in sheer panic where I can't even function. Still need to be alert because these things still go on, even though this didn't happen. And we're not going to deny forgiveness to someone who asked for it. There's going to be earthly repercussions for that, but we still also have to take. And I think if Carlee gets a chance to hear this show or her parents hear it, what I would say is one thing not to miss and all that, because it's obvious that you went through something, you've been through some sort of trauma. And sadness. What I hope this shows you, and for those of you that may know her, because we did get calls of saying that you were friends of hers, is I hope you saw how much everybody cares about you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hope you saw that. I hope that can be your takeaway from that. Yeah. That people really went into action to try to help you.
Absolutely.
So you are loved and you are cared for.
Yeah.
And your family obviously loves you, but so do a lot of other people. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll take your phone calls when we come back. Cam Solo is taking those now. Most of the lines are available for you to get through. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, we got a little rudeness here on an airline.
Oh,
and this is one of those
got
things.
a little attitude.
Look, I understand. I certainly do that. Those of us that are a little big in nature, those of us that may be a little wide in some areas, that having to sit next to us on an airplane is not preferred. I understand that. I don't prefer it. Even being a person who's struggles with weight as well. I know seeing me coming is not great.
When I'm coming down the aisle of an airplane and I look at somebody, they get that look like, oh, no, don't be here.
Please not
Don't be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, in the worst seat you can be in is that middle seat. You got a big one on each side. I got it.
Know.
It's tough. There's been attempts to cause big ones to buy two seats. That's kind of been met with some disdain. And I certainly love our heavy community. I'm a member of the heavy community.
Oh, yeah.
And I like to stand up for heavy rights. But this woman, I think, is taking it too far. She doesn't seem like she's much fun to be around.
And that's the way she handles it.
Yeah, because let's face it, big people are usually jolly.
Mm-hmm.
And but this woman is not jolly, and she's caught, as everything is nowadays, on somebody's phone. Now, Speedy, tell me, is this all self-contained? Do I need to say or do anything else?
No, it's not, but I've made my markers on where I need to jump. It's about a 4.5 minute video, and so we're going to kind of skip through it together. But you got this lady, she's in the middle aisle.
They're calling it fat shaming, Bubba.
Yes, and she is between two passengers that she says are too big for her to sit between. Mm-hmm. And she's on the phone, which we all love when somebody's on the phone and you can hear their conversation. Mm-hmm. But this is how the conversation started. Now, the person recording is one of the passengers she's sitting between. She's on the aisle and she just started recording. But here it is.
Couldn't sell that shit. Oh my goodness! I don't know how I'm going to do this for the next 4 hours. It's just impossible because they're squishing me like freaking. It's just unbelievable.
So she's on the phone.
Yeah.
And she's talking so loud that others can hear up and down the plane.
I flew with Miles. I don't have my choice. Where are you?
So is one recording the other heavy person?
Yeah. The one by the window, the heavy person by the window is the one recording.
Okay. But at least they'll keep me warm.
At least they'll keep me warm.
Please, okay?
And she's laughing at somebody on the phone.
Somebody's tapping her on the shoulder.
Somebody's tapping her on the shoulder to say that I have a seat open back
Find me
here.
a window. Get me out of here.
Find me a window, get me out of here. Okay, now we're going to skip forward to right around
What a
now,
jack.
so you can see.
I wish one of those big people had eaten her phone.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Did you check? Because I can't breathe. I'm so squished.
I can't breathe.
Well, I eat salad. Okay.
I eat salad.
Right. So then it continues. Now keep in mind. Now we're almost 3 minutes into it, and she won't hush.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Can you find her another seat? Because I will not be verbally abused by this or anybody else.
Oh.
Yes.
I will not be verbally abused by anybody. I'm not tolerating it.
I can't sit here because it's both so big on left and right. I can't.
Oh my
I can't even sit here.
Do you want to come up and stand, and then we'll find?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So she gets up, and the process of getting up. But when she gets up, some of the other passengers start dogging her, like, "Hey, you rude," you know what? But because they can't believe that she's the way she's handling it.
Well, I
is
can't
just
believe it either. I mean, it's like she's not exactly Slim Jim.
No, that's what I was saying earlier.
Got that coat on big as a bear.
She claims she eats a salad every day.
Yeah, she acts like she's some thin rail.
Right. So they're getting on her now.
Make America great again. That's a good example. Why don't you sit in between those two big things?
What did the guy say? Make America great again?
Okay.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as another Rick and Bubba Show roars on. All right, so let's get phone calls rolling here at 866 We Be Big. You can reach us. Cam Solo's taking them. South Alabama checking in. Frankie standing by. Frank, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
And I want to reach out to the puppy whisperer and bring him in too.
Yeah,
but
Greg's
hey,
there.
just wanted to make a comment on Carlee, and we do care about Carlee, but just wanted to be real. And Carlee's gonna be charged. She's gonna be convicted, and actually Carlee's gonna have a sentence worse than Hunter Biden. So,
You're probably right. That's sadly probably
if
true.
If you have overdue books, you could get a sentence worse than Hunter Biden.
That's a good point. Hey, Bubba, they just can't find out whose cocaine it was. I have no idea.
No idea. I wonder.
Who would have done that?
If you want to join us, you can. Lines are available at 866 We Be Big. Thomas, News Talk 1039, Dothan, Alabama. Thomas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, I graduated high school in 1988, which means I would have been born in 1970. And as I recall, my mother did not dig the same kind of stuff that my friends did at that age. And how did we get to the point where so many middle-aged adult females are just nuts about Barbie and Taylor Swift and Harry Potter and just weird stuff like that? I don't understand.
Well, there's often an allegation which is hard to refute that sometimes men will have an inability to move out of their adolescent point of views. But you're right.
I do not have a man cave, by the way.
But
that's another part of this too.
Well, I didn't even catch that part. But what I was trying to get back to the other part. But I think you are seeing something that is somewhat unique, and that is we're now living in a time where females refuse to leave adolescence. And that's relatively new. And it harkens me to Romans chapter 1 when Paul literally makes the statement, things have gotten so bad, even the women. And then he goes into, of course, it's a what our former president Barack Obama referred to as an obscure reference to homosexuality. I've read it; it's not very obscure at all. But anyway, so yeah, I think there is something strange about that, and relatively new. But there's a couple of things that are dealing with the movie, and people keep telling me I haven't seen it, and nor do I desire to see it. I had a friend of mine last night saying, "Hey, what do you think about us as couples going to see the Barbie movie?" And I said, "I don't think much of that at all. Mm-hmm. I have no interest in that." But it looks like that it's kind of the movie has that tone, anti the patriarch system, and men are awful and women are only hope, and
like most sitcoms.
Yeah, and,
I think
kind of stuff.
I think for most people involved, and I'm not speaking for all of them officially, but. A lot of them, I would say, is a lot like my wife grew up playing with Barbie, and they had fun like we did with G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
And they're just wanting to get together with their girls and go have fun and see a movie. I don't think they're making anything into it. Now, they may get there and go, well, that was stupid, or this or that. But I think they're just kind of reminiscing on their days of playing with Barbie like we did G.I. Joe and playing football and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think maybe some of society is reading too much into all of it.
Yeah, and at times maybe not enough. Did you see the Debbie Downer vaccine? They're talking about documentaries. That's fearing that the Barbie movie and Oppenheimer are going to cause a COVID bump. And we've got
because people are actually going to theaters.
I don't know how to break it to some of you that for some reason these dark days of 2020 and 2021, for some reason you enjoyed it or you're clinging to it.
Yeah.
I don't know. The pandemic, even the New York Times has just put out an article that says the pandemic's over.
Yeah.
Okay. We every standard that has ever needed to be reached to end a pandemic has been reached.
Oh, been reached. Yeah, a long time.
And it doesn't mean that no one gets COVID anymore, but we don't have intensive care units full of people because of it's become now something. It's called being sick now. It just may be that you have the COVID, one of the the virus, one of the mutations or whatever, but you're just sick now. And then people have always been more susceptible to everything that's out there than others, but that's not a new concept. Mm-hmm. What was happening in 2020 and 2021 is not happening now, okay? And people are gathering in crowds and have been for quite a while. And the fact that the movie industry may be coming back up to people maybe desiring to go back to the theater, it's not anything to be concerned about, okay? And
it's calling it a Barbieheimer effect.
Yeah, and it's funny that we have an infectious disease doctor. How do you say his name? Peter Hotez, and he is trying to say that the remarkable success of the two films and all that is not going to, they're reminding this guy that we probably have moved on for this, and he says he says we're not really keeping track of it anymore, and there's really nothing to be concerned about.
How about all these sold out concerts and sporting events?
Yeah, it's been going on a while.
Well, they probably would
been to a Taylor Swift concert lately.
They would probably say that
crowded.
The inside part of it has something to do with it. And you may catch a cold inside easier than you would outside. Who knows? But nothing like what we saw because we have reached a level of immunity that would prevent that from happening. So that was the end goal, and I think we got there.
Wesley,
you're sick, go home, get better, then go back to work.
Wesley in Georgia. Yeah, that's kind of been what's happening for quite a while now.
Yeah.
Wesley in Georgia. Wesley, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. Green Acres, Monkey Grass.
Hey, thank you very much. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just going to let y'all know that the girl that decided she was going to go missing, but not really in Alabama, it affected all of us. My wife and all of our friends and all of our church folks, they were all freaking out about that situation, about, what they would do if there was a stroller or something on the side of the road. They were all freaking out. It wasn't just Alabama. It was all over.
Yeah, and
it was a national story.
And I think we see that, I think in the world we're living in now, I don't think we can ever really say, hey, that'll never happen.
No.
That's off the top.
But
And it makes you think about what would you do? What would you do in that situation? Because nowadays you just don't know.
Yeah, but I will say this. There's a lot of things we need to be gravely concerned about. Wondering what I would do if there was a toddler walking on the side of the road. The odds of that coming into your life are so low. I probably wouldn't spend a terrible amount of time on it because it's probably not going to happen. And there's a lot of things that are likely to happen, and are legitimate concerns. I wouldn't put that one on my list, especially now that we know that it didn't happen.
Well, it was one of those things so disturbing.
Right. Sure.
People really never thought about it.
Right. Yeah.
And, it kind of, it just bothered everybody, even the idea of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which makes you wonder who in the world come up with that.
Right. Well, I think what was happening, if you wanted to try to say, well, why did you pull over on the side of the road? You're trying to come up with something that no one would question.
Yeah.
Well, we all would do that, but it just
may have gone too far.
Yeah, right.
Rick and Bubba.
Talked about this, bank on yourself, and a lot of you have responded, and for good reason, because you're looking at retirement, and you're looking at our economy, and you're looking at the behavior of our central government, and it can give you, like I said, something maybe that legitimately we should be concerned about, especially if your retirement money and you have not diversified, and it's all tied up in a 401k or an IRA. Well, the big truth that we've all discovered teaming up with Bank on Yourself is the government actually controls that. They decide how much we can borrow and when we got to pay it back, and they decide what we're going to owe in taxes, and they come up with all their penalties for taking out our money, don't miss that, too soon or waiting too long to get it. If you think about now with all the advances we've made in nutrition and health care, a lot of folks are outliving their retirement by as much as 10 years. So there's a better way to do it. And Bank on Yourself may be the answer. This is a better way to grow your nest egg. Bank on Yourself is guaranteed and predictable. And this is a guaranteed and predictable way to grow your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative gives you 100% control of your money. 100% control of your money. Plus, you'll know how much tax you owe. You know what it'll be? Zero. It's tax-free income in retirement. So you've got guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. You've got tax-free retirement income. You're in control. You have built-in inflation protection because the money is guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good times and bad. And you have peace of mind because you know the guaranteed minimum value of your retirement savings on the day you plan to tap into them, and at every point along the way. Have I got your attention yet? Yeah, this is maybe a better plan. So get your free report with all the details on how to bank on yourself and use the Bank on Yourself strategy, which adds guarantees, predictability, tax savings, and control of your financial plan. Here's all you got to do. Just go to bankonyourself.com/RBS, bankonyourself.com/RBS. Go ahead and do that today.
Excuse me, who do I report her to? Why don't you talk to my officer? Can you have the person come back? I would like to report, and I would like to file a report against her.
Well, what are they going to do?
As a platinum member, I don't tolerate this from nobody. I mean, I travel every week. And this is
Her salads must be full of bacon and croutons.
Well, that's why she's in such a bad mood. She needs to have some meat.
Yeah, first
cheer up a little bit.
First of all, your choice of dressing is killing you.
Yeah, I mean, for real.
But I do understand the discomfort of it, and it is annoying when these airplanes cram us all in there together. However, there is no excuse at all to be so uncaring and rude and just vicious and bitter and ugly. I mean, there's no need for that.
If anything, get up and walk to the back of the plane or the front.
Yeah,
And,
be
and
nice.
Say, and say, hey, could you think I could
slip
move?
out,
You know,
and whisper.
Yeah.
And say, hey, look, if there's no other options, that's fine. But there's only so much seat, and I'm in a seat with some people that are that are heavy, and you could even say, look, I'm certainly not some skinny mini.
Yeah.
But we're all kind of crammed in there together. Is there another place for me to sit? And you talk to someone with the airline. That's it. You don't talk to your friend on the phone out loud. Where they, I can't believe somebody didn't take her phone and just
that's just stupid.
Well, I thought the couple, you can tell the one recording she had.
Well,
had
she'd
enough,
had enough. She'd had enough.
But it looked like her husband, whoever was sitting in the other seat. I don't know if they were together or not. I have no idea. But he held it together pretty good. I thought he just kept looking forward and not saying much to her.
Well, it's and then she throws in, I eat salad. What a kind of
you know what? Somebody must have said, you're not really small either, ma'am.
Yeah.
And she said, I eat salad or something.
Well,
surely somebody called her on it.
I mean, but
did y'all hear somebody say, "What to make America great again"? Comment? Did
Really?
You hear,
I didn't hear that.
They were saying,
Oh, really?
like that
didn't even make sense.
I know, like it's a Trumper. Now everything. I heard somebody say that.
Yeah, I guess they were together. Here's the couple.
I certainly don't know her political affiliation, but Speedy.
Well, I'm just
look, it'd been tough to be in between them two. I get it. But you don't have to be a jerk about it.
Especially if you're as big as she is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I would go, look, we're all big. Granted, y'all are bigger. But
look,
us
if I'm
three,
sitting there and we're squished, I go, guys, look, they just ain't a lot of room here. Will y'all be all right if I move somewhere else and give us all a little more room?
Can one of us trade out with somebody a little thinner so we'll all be more comfortable?
Yeah, or just like you said, we talked about, just go talk to the people privately and say, hey, is there another seat?
Or here's an idea: tough it out for 2 hours.
Hey,
how about that?
How about be kind?
Yeah.
They were large.
Yes,
Greg, they were.
Nobody's arguing.
Well,
that.
you also have to go with.
I didn't realize until I saw that picture how large they were.
Right. You have to go positive though. Like I talked to a friend of mine that's a little fella, and he said he got stuck in between two really large individuals on a flight. And you know what he said? I slept like a rock.
Yeah, he said like a big pillow.
He said it was like being on a mattress.
Yeah.
He did. He said I just lean my head over on them. They don't care. He said they don't care.
No,
they didn't notice.
They didn't even know you there.
Yeah. Look, I love them and they're sweet people, I'm sure, but I wouldn't want to be in that middle seat. But there's a way to handle it.
Yeah, she handled it.
She
poorly.
says she flies a lot too, so a lot of people deal with her.
Great.
I bet that's exciting.
She messed up a bunch of flights.
Yeah. But can you believe someone? I just can't imagine you would say those things.
I know.
Right? And two people. I can't even wrap my mind around why you would be that way.
I know, that's terrible.
We're in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation here, and it seems to be getting more uncomfortable. So
strange how we find ourselves in those.
We do this a lot. It happens to us a lot, doesn't it? It really does. So Cliff Sims, who is an acquaintance of the show and has been good to the show, and we appreciate. We've interviewed him before. He played a key role with us getting to go up to the White House and. Yeah, come on with this. On down the line, won't you please take me far away? So the gang's all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being with us. All we ask for is a mere 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
So, Bubba, I did ask the uncomfortable question in the break. Is Taylor Swift just a successful pop star, or is she currently a cult leader? And so I look at this other story, and also Adler, I don't know that I'll get there in this segment, but if I fade and I'm going to something else, I'm looking at video 13, and I'm going to ask you a very uncomfortable question involving that, and I think you can see where I'm going. But anyway, so Anthony Rizzo, Yankees first baseman, he has been in a horrible slump. He finally came out of the slump. Baseball players, they're all very, very superstitious, and people weren't talking to him, and they were trying all kinds of things. But he came out of the drought in the third inning against the Royals when he hit a massive home run. When asking him what brought him out of the slump, what made it happen, he said Taylor Swift. He said, and listen to this is the part that has me concerned. It's her summer, really. He said that she's helping the economy in every city where she goes. So I thought maybe she could help me. So he changed his walk-up song to Taylor Swift's "Ready for It." Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that a song? And he said once he did that, he hit a home run. So he is crediting
it's a game changer.
Taylor Swift with bringing him out of a slump, and he declared the summer belongs to Taylor Swift.
You know, Rick, you can't.
How can you argue against it?
You can't argue with results, can you?
No.
Yeah.
And can you argue that it's her summer?
No. And I love dugout humor, too. After he hit it, the dugout gave him the silent treatment. He was coming in thinking everybody was going to give him high five, and they're all just sitting there.
Oh, I love that.
Here he is talking a little bit about that.
Anthony, speaking of changing things up, did we notice a new walk-up song today? Was that part of the shake-up too?
Yeah, well, Taylor Swift. It's her summer, really. She's helping the economy in every city she goes. So yeah, that was good. And then I don't know if you guys caught it, but the welcome back as I was around the bases, that was fun too.
Which was the silent treatment. That's funny. So I don't know. I mean, it is.
Means you got to come out with her bed music next.
You know, it's that probably isn't going to happen. But it's good for her.
Yeah. Yeah,
And,
look, this is him coming in. Nobody's even acknowledging that he's there.
Oh, man. I love that uniform.
And then they all attack him.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, you're back.
That was all part of the gag, man. That they wasn't going to give him anything and then attack
Don't
him.
anybody even look at him.
So this video that I mentioned to Adler, he claims in his video prep sheet today that he has a lady who's 82 who's deadlifting 210 pounds. At 82, is this a real?
That's my dad's age.
Is this a real video?
I think this is real. This has been going around.
Okay, all right.
And it looks
Adler?
good. It looks real. Have y'all not seen this in your feeds? This has been repeatedly shown in my feeds.
Okay.
And I think it's legit.
Okay, all right.
And she's got a hex bar or a trap bar, whatever you want to call it, the kind where you stand inside the square.
Yeah.
And she, to me, looks like she's squatting 210.
Or deadlifting.
Or deadlifting, excuse me, deadlifting.
Yeah. And no wrist straps or anything. She's got the grip to hang on to that.
Well, it's a wonder something didn't come loose.
I started saying, I hope she's not tearing tendons in her knee doing that.
So, Adler, here's my question. Can she deadlift more than you?
If I'm trying real hard, she cannot, but I got to try real hard to beat that 82-year-old woman.
Right. Are you saying that because there's really no other answer to give? I mean, none. Yeah, I mean, it's...
I mean, I'd have to work hard to beat that lady. She does have a belt, and I'm not a belt guy. I don't wear the belts. I think if you're having to wear a belt, you're pushing your body too hard. So you need to back off and do
she's 82.
higher reps.
Adler, she's 82.
Well, she needs to take some advice from me.
Hey, she may be backing off. She may could do a lot
that's
more.
a good one.
I mean,
that's a good one.
Doing it with Converse shoes on and no socks.
Her form is fantastic.
It is.
She's built like Ezra, my toddler, which tells me that's good.
Well, she's got that low center.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Legs like a trunk.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you won't.
Power in those legs.
Yeah. You won't take apples off the tree in her yard.
No.
You won't be taking a pie off of her windowsill.
Well, I'll tell you another thing that is good about her doing that, because did you know this is one of the things that they watch when you're aging? You know, having aging parents, we know this. One of the things they say, you need to keep to the point that you can get up out of a chair, up off a couch using nothing but your legs. And as long as you can continue to do that, your mobility is going to stay with you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good test.
But when you're getting where you can't get up off the couch or out of a chair without using your arms, as long as you can get, and she's keeping those legs strong, so she can continue.
She is.
So it's
I'm sorry,
not,
buddy.
Thanks, Rick.
This is
a tough segment for you and for Adler and for.
It's not tough for me.
Yeah.
So you said it's not without.
I like to see you deadlift 210.
All right, I'll get it on tape today.
No,
it's not without noise. You said just without assistance. Because I'll make noise when I get up.
Yeah, just
okay.
I'm like,
you know, I think too.
Just about, Greg. I don't know if they do it to you, but every time I go to see Mom and Dad, they both show me they can get off the couch without using their arm.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
I'm like, okay, good job, guys.
I could get off ours if it wasn't so low.
Right.
I did notice in the background. Of this video, there's another old lady in the gym, looking at her, and she's like, "Well, there goes Ethel showing off again."
Yeah.
She's on the inversion table.
It does look like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like an old person's gym, but there are old people in it. So
Those are fake weights.
Maybe this is just for Hoss old ladies.
Yeah, well, you never know so we have no other source other than this was on some reel, so we don't know if they're fake weights, like Greg's bringing up, of course.
You know, Rick, there's a lot of fake weight reels out there. You know, that's sweeping the nation.
Nowadays,
I just feel like the 82-year-old has a little something better to do with her last few years than fake a deadlift.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're working to stay in shape, and that's good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but then you think about, no doubt about that. But then you think about a person who says, "Hey, go over and stand up there and pick that up, and see if you can pick that up."
You're right.
She's not even in on it.
Okay, yeah, she has no idea. Yeah, she has one plate on it, and they put.
I'm not going to live in that world. I'm going to say.
I'm trying not to, but you and Greg will not allow me.
I'm going to say that 82-year-old woman can still deadlift 210 pounds with that type of bar, and I don't think that's all that unbelievable.
It's being reposted by a lot of legit.
I know what's legit. I know about gym,
like Squat University.
Squat. I'm in this world, guys. I know these people. I vetted them.
Squat
City. I work out a little bit myself.
There you go. There you go. People
Tell us about the belt again.
People do use fake plates. By
Deadlift
the way.
on the ground.
Why are you against the belt? Why are you against that, Adler?
I think that means you're pushing yourself too hard.
About to get hurt.
You're gonna hit. You're gonna hurt something.
I agree with that.
So,
Did you
anti-belt?
Do you think that she could beat you in Brazilian jiu-jitsu?
I don't know. She's built like a toddler, and toddlers are strong.
Speedy, don't tell me you found something that makes it. I don't like that.
No, I was just looking, and it looked like this happened in
Germany,
and maybe 2022. Is that what you got?
Yes.
And it looks like it's legit.
I think it's legit.
I don't think this is really that unbelievable. Honestly,
no, I don't either.
The way she's built, and I used to always.
How much weight was
it used to bother me because I have long arms, and these people that were like real stocky and they had short arms and their bench press only had to go to right here, and I was like, try to push it all the way out here where I have to push it. I mean, it's like, hey, long arms, you got a long way to push.
Yes. I am the strongest I've ever been in my entire life right now, and I don't do any bench.
Right.
It destroys my shoulders, so I'm doing all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an expert guru.
Strongest than I've ever been.
I'm trying to get jacked before I get old.
Trying to become a blue belt.
Yeah.
Working on it.
Where is my blue belt?
When looking for a leg exercise, don't talk to Speedy.
Hey.
Into Bubba's office one day, and we both knew this, and he said, Cliff's going to write a book about his 500 days in the White House. And he was an aide there, and then there were some other things that went on, and again, he got the president on the show, and who did his first. So we certainly appreciate all that. And when he created something called Yellowhammer News, he was always good to the show, said a lot of things, and helped, when my wife's book came out, and was very supportive of all that. And has kept in touch, and so we thought, hey, Cliff's coming out, and he's got him a book, and we'll certainly have him on the show, which that's coming up when, Speedy, February 8th.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to a luncheon one day, Rick, when he was on a break, and he was sharing stories of the White House, and it was very interesting and entertaining, and it was quite a smorgasbord of folks there listening and taking it in. It was very entertaining.
Name of it, Team of Vipers. So Bubba and I, we were talking about. I said, I remember saying, is this some kind of hit piece on Trump? I said,
the title's kind of.
Yeah, I'm like, what are we getting into here? And you and I kind of were led to believe that it really wasn't that. It was going to talk about what it was like there. I even thought he might be luring people in,
right,
so he could give a site in there that would actually, kind of wouldn't validate some of the things that people say about Trump and. Right. And stuff like that. And
now, I know that he didn't care for 2 or 3 of the staff people, and he made it clear that he was going to be brutally honest about them.
Right.
But I didn't take it as it was going to be overtly negative toward the president. That's the way I took it. Maybe that was an error on my part.
You know that feeling that we all get when you start kind of. So we're sitting here doing the show. We know Cliff's going to be on the 8th, and we're going to have that interview, and it's going to be a blast. But Bubba and I we look up and we see like Stephanopoulos talking to him.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's
started yesterday.
Yeah, I said, okay. I said, all right. Well, the ABC's talking to him.
I think the book comes out today, doesn't it?
This would be a good chance for him to get on there. And I couldn't hear the audio, didn't know how it was going. And then came the most telling moment when all of a sudden like up here we had one thing we had Stefan. Then all of a sudden the logo of The View came up on the screen, and then there was Phil's face again. I mean Cliff's face again. Yeah. Cliff Sims. I get him confused with Phil Sims. But
the great quarterback.
Yeah, Cliff Sims' face comes up, and we're interviewing Cliff on The View.
Right.
And then you said he's been on Colbert, and there's something going on with Colbert. And we all know all these people hate Trump. And so...
And we started seeing the news stories coming out about, little blips from the book and all of that. It was pretty interesting.
And then came when an uncomfortable moment is solidified, and that is President Trump's latest tweet.
Speedy, do you have that tweet?
Yeah, we were. Adler had it up on Blaze TV, but we can get it again.
Share that, Rick.
There we go, right there.
You want me to read that baby for you?
There it is, right there.
All right, so Cliff Sims, here comes Donald Trump now talking about the guy who got Donald Trump on the show for us.
Okay.
Got us up to be on the Radio Road there at the White House, and now the relationship with Cliff Sims and Donald Trump seems to be strained a little bit. On this book, and I think we can pretty much confirm that now with this tweet. Here is Donald Trump referring to Cliff Sims. A low-level staffer that I hardly knew, named Cliff Sims, wrote yet another boring book based on made-up stories and fiction. He pretended to be an insider, which in fact he was nothing more than a gopher. He signed a non-disclosure agreement. He is a mess. By the way, some of you on Twitter, and this happens a lot, are saying that Donald Trump misspelled gopher. He did not.
I thought that as well. I did not know this gopher.
Yeah, it's not the rodent. When you say gopher, that was somebody who goes for this, goes for that.
Yeah, I need this, I need that.
Yeah.
I didn't know GOFER was actually a word.
Yeah, that is. So the Trump did spell it correct, basically saying that here's a guy acting like he was a big insider and he was an errand boy. That's
what our president said for sure. Yeah.
Right, and
that's
pretty much.
He sure did.
I think the word low life is in there as well, and low level. That was it.
Low level. Yeah.
But so
he may have been thinking the other.
Right, a low level staffer I hardly knew, named Cliff Sims.
There it is.
But
There's our buddy.
Yeah. Now I will say this.
I'm going to say Cliff going back to the White House to work now probably doesn't look too good.
And I believe y'all have made y'all's last trip there too, obviously.
Correct.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. If you just joined us, we'll get some more of your phone calls coming up here, bottom of the hour, if you want to join us. So we mentioned this last hour, but we didn't let you hear from the Biden administration involving the next thing they're after, water heaters. By 2029, we're going after water heaters. Hey, so tell us what you did for the free world. We stopped water heaters, gas water heaters, to save the planet. I will say this. I just walked by and heard of course, outlandish comment on ABC.
Please repeat that.
In the break room. That. So the meteorologist, notice I didn't say climatologist, the meteorologist who's doing the weather on ABC's Good Morning America, is that theirs? Mm-hmm. Is that ABC's? Is that their morning show?
Yep.
They're showing, high temperatures. It looked like they were out west somewhere. And the quote was from the meteorologist. And experts, now I don't know who these experts are, are saying that this heat we're seeing right now, it's virtually, don't miss that word, impossible for man-made carbon emissions not to be playing a role.
Really?
Virtually impossible. Now, I don't know.
Wait, Rick, let me be sure I've got this because, I'm
She's
not
saying
very
this
smart.
is absolutely man-made heat.
I'm not very smart. I just want to be sure I have the whole picture here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It is July 25th.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The middle of the hot part of summer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
I just want to be sure I got it.
And also I think but you're not allowed to raise your hand when they have the bully pulpit. hello, meteorologist that used to work with James Spann. Isn't that who that is?
Yeah.
And I would say
the ginger.
So it was this hot though in 1936. Is that correct? So what caused it then?
Crickets.
And then I would also raise my hand and say, I thought we've made major steps. We're all sacrificing. We're destroying the industries. We're paying more for everything. I guess it's not working. I'd throw that out there.
Yeah.
I just maybe we're not involved in it very much, if any. But anyways, they're after the
one way or the other.
They're after the gas water heaters now because that will save the planet. And here comes Karine Jean-Pierre to eloquently lay this out for us. Here we go.
On appliances. So from this administration, we've seen them go after gas stoves, air conditioning units with regulation, refrigerators, washing machines, dishwashers, now water heaters. How many more home appliances will Americans eventually have to replace then because of regulation?
So just to be clear, when it comes to water heaters, and it is proposed, what has been put forward, and if it is enacted, it would not take it into effect until 2029. So let's
on appliances.
So I mean, what is that? What
Well,
does
wait
that
a
got
minute.
to do with
If this is a wonderful thing, she should be going. Unfortunately, we can't do this till 2029.
Yeah.
It's almost like she said, "Don't worry about it. It's never going to happen."
It's kind of like
not on our watch,
Hey,
anyway.
it's like we gotta buy votes with the environmental wackos and get them out for the election. So we're promising them this because they think it'll make a difference. But
29, this group will be out.
We'll all be gone by then. Who cares? You know.
That's all it is.
Next, you'll
That
be
is all
asked
it
about this word, Bubba, that none of us can say without laughing: Bidenomics.
Yeah.
She's going to be asked: is the high interest rates and our growth sitting there stymied at about 2%? The side effects of Bidenomics, and here we go.
This is a big week for the economy. The Federal Reserve will likely raise rates again on Wednesday, putting the interest rates into a range we had for 2007. So are high interest rates and about 2% growth a side effect of Bidenomics?
I'm just not going to get into what the Federal Reserve is going to make a decision on or not. They are independent. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals from here. They have the independence we give them the independence to make sure that they make monetary decisions on their own.
You know, high interest rates then.
Look, what I can say is Bidenomics is about making sure that we build an economy that doesn't leave anybody behind, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what that
data,
means.
when you see that inflation has indeed come down, has come down the last 12 months.
What?
And that's important. That's what the data has showed. That is important, and also while wages are going up. And so this is Bidenomics at work. This is the president's policies, making sure, again, that we build an economy from the bottom up, middle out. I'm not going to get into the Federal Reserve, the decision that they may or may not make. That is up to them. They are independent.
I paid over $10 for a combo meal yesterday. $10.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
The
For a
Federal
sandwich and
Reserve,
fries.
who is independent, would not be raising rates if there were not inflationary pressure to do so, which means Bidenomics basically sucks. Okay, so I don't know how else to put it for you because apparently she can't speak to it. It's funny how, I mean, the press secretary is supposed to go out there and have legitimate conversations with everybody. And what she does is just a waste of time. Why even go in there and ask a question? Because she's not going to comment on it because it's a hypothetical. Or she's not going to comment on it because of this or that. Look, and I understand you don't have anything good to say. You don't want to say anything. But I hope
when you have a plan that is targeting not leaving somebody behind,
thank you.
You then leave every single person behind.
I would like to. Has Ducey been kicked out of the press?
Evidently,
I haven't heard him in a while.
Maybe he went to the beach.
Yeah, I would just like you said, Helmsy. I would say, hey, first of all, what do you mean by nobody's gonna be left behind? I know that's sounds like a great little slogan.
soundbite. Yeah,
but what do you mean by that?
Walk that out for me.
And then what I would say, would you be leaving people behind who are scraping by that all their utilities are going up because of the stuff y'all are doing? Is that hurting them? Is that who you're talking about?
And let me ask you this: if Bidenomics is not leaving anyone behind, why do we have record number of homeless people encamped in our major urban cities? Because it's already going. Because you claim interest rates are down, inflation's down, Job numbers are up. So Bidenomics is working then, right? But that's not really what's happening. I mean, have you seen these latest pictures of California? What it looks like?
Oh my goodness!
I mean, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't work for anybody, but it's some kind of pie in the sky, feel good, happy, everybody sing kumbaya feeling. But it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
No.
It's never worked.
No.
Never worked. Will not work
Has
now.
it ever worked? Will it work
Will not
now?
work. Never.
Has it ever?
Never
Will
worked.
it now?
Never.
Huh?
Never has it
Is
worked.
it currently?
Socialism has never worked.
Has it in the past?
It never worked, Rick. It never
What about
worked.
now?
Y'all do know, too. I mean, I think they always skip over this. The Nazi Party was the National Socialist Party in Germany.
Well, they've refashioned that.
Hadn't they, though?
Yeah.
Hadn't they?
They have.
Hadn't they?
No, that's Republicans.
Uh-huh. No, it's not.
They've even successfully tried to convince Americans that Republicans were not part of the civil rights movement, and that it was Democrats that did it.
Well,
and that the Democrats weren't the ones fighting.
opposed it.
They sure did.
Yeah.
But they said, well, no. What really is? See, we're no. They're what we were then, and we're something new.
They're comical if they were not sad. They're comical.
Here's bottom of the hour, and here's 10 lines available for you. And you can chat with us about whatever's on your mind. Cam Solo is ready, and we're ready to talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was our end.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you this, though. When Colbert, they're doing this today, when he was on Colbert, he did try to say, Cliff Sims tried to say, now the things that are going on with the economy are positive, but then Colbert and all them started to try to take issue with even a compliment that he said, which is the reason why you walk into that world, you know what they're doing. That's
the reason they have him on.
Yeah, Colbert is still trying to save face for making fun of the fact that Donald Trump was running and saying, please do it. And all these other people making fun of it. And he's one of the many that said he wasn't going to be the president. He looked like an idiot. And so he's been trying to rebuild that ever since.
Yeah.
But
you remember him backing him to right?
And then that makes you look foolish. But
they just showed it back a million times after the election.
And so you probably think if you're Cliff Sims, I'm giving a benefit of the doubt. You probably think, well, I can get on these shows and walk the line of negative and positive. But what you don't understand, the minute you try to go positive on anything, they're not going to hear it. And they're going to turn it into, some of the things that have been written when that on Colbert's deal, like this billionaire thing, and Trump's a racist, and can someone produce for me, with all the flaws that I have talked about openly, we've talked about, we certainly don't give the president a pass on here. Some of you think that, but again, you must be listening in small snippets. You're not listening to the entire narrative that's been on this show. Things he does well, he does well. Things he doesn't do well, we say that wasn't. Hey, that's embarrassing, or I don't like that. I don't think that's the way it ought to be done.
Some of it's just funny.
Even some of the policies, I don't think have been all that great. But the economy and all that, and what we're trying to get done in this country needs to be done. The border and all that. But anyway, those are common sense issues, in my opinion. But this thing where he's been negative toward the LGBT community. He's been negative toward African Americans, women. Where is that?
He's
based on what? I mean, when those are things. See, this is how the left always works. If they're making a narrative about you and they think this doesn't sound good enough, it's not as negative as it needs to be, they'll just start adding stuff.
Yeah.
And and then what it gets, and then that just starts spewing out of them. Before you know what they're talking about, they want you dead, and they're holding up your severed head, and all of that. But certainly there's flaws in Donald Trump, the human being, and there's flaws in Donald Trump, the president. But this interview coming on February the 8th is going to be different than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Cliff feels about it at this point. He's kind of, in some ways, and this is something I'll ask him about, has he become a man without a country? Because the Trump loyalists see him as a turncoat, but the libs are not taking him in either. They're just saying, well, you're just playing a game, making money. And boy, if you read some of the comments under some of these stories, they're not buddies. They're not liking Cliff at all, even after this.
Where they're saying, give us the negative and we will disregard and mock the positive. Yeah. So where have you landed? And
so it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to having him on.
Yeah, I am too. And we'll ask the hard questions, and he knows that. He wouldn't come on the show if he didn't think we would. And I think it'll be a very interesting interview.
Yeah. Just remember, during the break, don't say anything around it, okay?
Right.
He might put it in the book.
Greg, bit of vipers.
That's right. Greg, why don't you take that day off?
Yeah. I'll just stay at the house.
Snow day, Greg.
You know
Snow
me,
day.
I'll lay out.
You know me, I'll lay out. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us. This story right here, look, guys, you talk about hitting close to home. This hits us very, very close to home, and I have to ask the uncomfortable question. Bubba and I just discussed it in the break. Is it possible that Gary the Bulldozer Man is in this story?
Oh, it's in his area, Rick.
Hey, you know, I got me a place down here at Lake Mitchell. Speedy's Helmsky and his kids have been down here. I mean, I've asked Shaw to come down here. I mean, I'm here. I helped Speedy out there fix a trailer. I showed him my goats. So anyway,
y'all straight up, he has so many animals.
He got him.
You have no idea how many animals he has.
Gary
had him a donkey for about 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, you know, hey, you can't even have a donkey, Greg.
No, like kicking the goat.
Nobody told me it tried to kill goats, and if you're gonna kill a donkey, you need something more than a pistol.
Yeah, you do.
But let me say this. So Lake Mitchell in Alabama Gary does have a place on Lake Mitchell.
Yes, he
That's
does.
his home lake.
That's
Rick,
his
as we
home
say
lake
here locally.
Hey,
It's
I
called
can't
Gary's Lake.
Hey, Bubba, I can't do it today. I'm down to the lake with Gwen. So here's the story. There were people in a fishing competition. Yes, Helms, you're right.
Okay.
On Saturday,
Little tournament.
and they were filming a buck that was chasing two does across a lake, and they were shaken up because a hunter fired 2 shots at the deer just 25 yards away from. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Yep. It's time for you to join us. We'd love to hear what is on your mind. 30 seconds is king. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we'll move to another caller. While you are dialing, helixsleep.com/Bubba, get a customized mattress that is designed for you, shipped directly to your door. You can sleep on it for up to 100 nights to decide if you love it. If you do, which is what's going to happen, but if you don't, they'll refund you, and that's it. 'Cause you have nothing to risk in this. The only risk you're taking is by not doing it and continuing to try to sleep on that mattress. So they'll customize it. They'll ask you a few questions about the way you sleep, the firmness of the mattress. They've got big and tall options. They've got children's options. They have 10 to 15-year warranties based on the style you select. And then it's shipped right to your door. And because you love Rick and Bubba, we get you 20% off. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, helixsleep.com/Bubba. I had an emailer ask me about this yesterday, and looks like they're ready to make the move. There's a link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Stephen in Guntersville, Alabama. I was in beautiful Guntersville this past Saturday. Stephen, welcome to the program. You got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I just want to remind y'all that $6 burger Hardee's used to have just don't sound so bad after all now, huh?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, now we'd be in love with it. Let's go to Greg in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Just want to talk to you guys about some of this warm heat that we're experiencing right now. Could it possibly be that we're entering the last phase of the 11-year cycle of the solar flares? What do you think about that?
Bubba, that's your area.
Yeah,
solar flares.
We're in. I don't think we're in the last of an 11-year cycle. I thought we were. Kind of in the middle of one ramping up, but I may be wrong. But all of that plays into it. Everything. It's just comical, really. I mean, by people who are supposed to be well educated on this, it's kind of sad.
Well, some of these statements like that a minute ago. What kind of statement is that?
Well, it's just like when we had the pandemic. Mm-hmm. There was an edict that came down, and you had to talk about it this way, and you had to say that
not speak
you couldn't question it because
you were
taken off social media, you were blackballed.
How dare you?
And now we all see how ridiculous that was, but yet we're repeating it again and again and again and other things.
Right. Anytime people come up with a narrative that you're not allowed to question, always question it. Dustin in Florida. Dustin, go right ahead. 30 seconds. Dustin,
quick.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all been owning it over the last couple of months. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
I mean, owning it. I've been listening to y'all from day one. Just finally worked up the nerve to actually call in, and I'm kind of enjoying calling in. But you've been owning it, and the question I have is, you were talking in the podcast about analysis paralysis. I feel like I've been going through something like that, in my local church. Would you?
He didn't get a timeout.
He didn't. I thought we had his meaning till right there at the end. It was too late to call a timeout.
Was he going to say, what does that phrase actually mean?
I think he was going that way.
Is that where? But what that means is that you overanalyze things to the point that you can't make decisions and you can't move forward because it's like somebody says, here's some data. Well, if you take the data and look at it in general and say, I see some trends here, but then if you start getting going, but look over here. Look, there's people over here, and it looks like there may be a trend that people 18 to 24 who are less than 6 feet tall, they don't seem to like when we do. Then you get to the point where you can overanalyze to the point that you can't make decisions at all. That's what that means. So if your church is going through that, it's not a great method to accomplish anything, to have analysis paralysis. It means you're overthinking it. We continue. Let's go to Douglas in Gadsden, Z93. Douglas, go ahead.
Morning, Mick. Morning, Bubba. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
We're good.
Hey, first-time caller. I ain't been listening probably 2 years. I want to ask you an opinion about something that happened to me. Okay. I was arrested on a kidnapping and attempted murder crime that actually never happened because it was a drug deal gone bad.
Time out, Rick.
Thank you, Hams.
The cops ran a ad in the Lakeland Ledger in Polk County, Florida, about me kidnapping and attempting to murder this lady over a drug deal gone bad, and I didn't do nothing. This post in the Lakeland Ledger has ruined my social life. There's nothing I can do about it because of freedom of press. Also, the same county, I went through a trial and was found not guilty of a sex crime, and I can't remove that off my arrest record neither. And you know the way social is these days, anybody looks something up, it just kills you automatically. I just want to hear your opinion about what you think about that. And maybe you know somebody that can help me remove this BS.
I know there's organizations out there, and I don't know who you're hanging out with to keep being charged with things like this, but I would change who I'm hanging out with. But to say you don't have any recourse, you actually do. If the media puts something out that you can prove was false, that has ruined your life, that you were not found guilty and you were exonerated, you do have action you can take. I mean, people have won those lawsuits, and actually they've gotten a correction in the media, and they've even received compensation if you can prove it's damaged you.
Yeah, you need to get a lawyer that can look into that, because I mean we're just taking it on face value what you're telling us, but you need to get a lawyer and go through that process, and they can take care of that. But Rick is right. You do have avenues you can do that. But on the other hand, I would seriously have to look in the mirror and ask myself some very hard questions about what I'm doing and where I'm doing it at.
Right. I seem to be getting charged with a lot of things. So anyway, I would address that as well.
Yep.
And all that. But,
Rick, before you go move on, the gentleman that we were confused, we didn't give him a timeout. He said you answered it. Y'all got it right.
Okay,
so
good.
he said thank you.
Okay, good. Jason in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Question for y'all, in your opinion also. What do you do? How do you take Carlee Russell's apology through her lawyer at face value, or do you until she says it? Actually, I find it very hard to take someone's apology or forgiveness when it comes from somebody else.
I would have liked to have heard it from her. I would have, but I don't know what kind of mental state she's in right now, and I give her some time.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
Let's put it under this. Good first step.
Yes. 100%.
I think that she needs to do that. She needs to get in front of the cameras and make it very personal at whatever point she is able to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but let's not downplay what we've got.
Correct.
Right. And plus, I really wasn't affected by that personally. Carlee Russell doesn't owe me an apology to my face. I don't warrant that.
Yeah.
So for me, it's enough. But now for the people that were out there searching, and for the people who spent money, and for the people that it did affect, you probably have a point.
Yeah.
But as far as me holding some grudge, no, it was enough for me. But now, if I was in those circles, it might. I'm with y'all. I think it would be more effective for her at some point. And I think this was done for what the guys just said, because it was time for that apology. It was time for that owning up to it. But she obviously, if you did something like this, you're likely not quite ready to be able to handle looking everybody in the eye and apologizing for yourself. You probably are getting help right now that you desperately need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I really don't think she's going to be able to move on and put this behind her until she does that at whatever time.
I agree.
You're right.
I agree.
But again, I think the American people want to forgive people. They want you to have a second chance because we've all been in that boat one way or another at some point ourselves. And I think that she needs to own up to it, and it's a process.
No doubt, yeah. Christian, Fort Rucker. Christian, go ahead.
Hey, guys, it's called mission creep, what you were talking about. It's a gradual shift in objectives during the course of a military campaign, often resulting in an unplanned long-term commitment. And that's what we had in Afghanistan and Iraq. And that's the reason why the bigwigs, the four-star generals, the Pentagon, the SES people.
In Calhoun County, we just call it analysis paralysis. and it was.
Well, I don't necessarily think analysis paralysis and mission creep are the same thing. You can have both of them together. We've all started out to do something and ended up getting on a tangent, and that's basically mission creep, little bitty steps off the main goal.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with mission creep as I am analysis paralysis. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They say, number one, he violated state laws because it's illegal to remove a deer from the state's waters, and firing into the water where fishermen could have been was considered reckless endangerment. And the official said the hunter's action were disappointing.
Rick, now you need to watch the footage.
We got it
and see what you think. Now, this is footage sent to us by one of the guys fishing.
Yeah, we've got two different angles. This is the one that the you watched the first one we saw this morning. I thought he was shooting out of a boat, but now that we have this information, the guy was actually in the woods, and these fishermen had no idea. We actually have two fishermen's views.
Right. Which one y'all want first?
It don't matter.
I think this one is the more intriguing.
I
the
definitely
one we just
do.
got.
This is our video on radio segment again. Let's go.
Well, this one comes
this
across.
is from a guy in the boat when he listens to the show. He was there.
Yeah, he was about 25 yards from where
him.
The shot landed in the water.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Idiot.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so he's...
Right there's when you know she's hot.
Yep.
You have to swim across the daggum river. He about to catch her.
Oh, he's narrating.
He is.
Have we monitored this audio?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's right.
He doesn't cuss, which
I thought
is
he held it
amazing.
together pretty good.
Yeah, so they're talking about...
They're just watching the deer.
Here it comes.
They're watching the deer chasing the doe, swimming after it in the water. And that's what he meant. Look,
God damn it.
No, he
That's close.
good.
So some idiot fires at him.
good night.
I might need that in Bank 9. Hold on.
Did he even hit the deer?
No.
He looked like he was way behind.
Look way behind it. It looked like he hit the water.
So that was
Yeah.
the first shot, obviously, because it scared him. The second shot he took, then this guy it describes in the email that the hunter was then running in the woods trying to get a third shot off.
Yep.
And wasn't successful.
It says in the article here that he actually yelled down to him, asking him if the bucket came back down there.
Really? Right,
They
yeah.
said he was completely clueless that he's breaking the law.
Yeah, and this video here is what's making the news, but the video that we just
I think the other one's
watched.
better.
See the
is actually
boat?
from
See the
guy.
boat? That's where the video came from. We were just watching.
Yeah, let's go back.
Where is the hunter at?
Across the water on the land.
Let's see.
Or is he on the side that the deer's
He'll
coming
be on the.
to?
No, he's
Right.
he's on the right side, cross.
Right. Good night, live.
Guys, it wasn't even that nice of a deer.
No, it really
It
wasn't.
really wasn't. Which is the reason why it's so hard to grow them down there. Yeah. But,
You're on to something there.
we have a saying on our farm: "Go ahead and shoot it, Billy Joe will."
Well, two problems here. It is illegal to remove a deer from the state's waters, and firing into the water where fishermen could be is considered reckless endangerment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not wise with a boat that close for sure. Now the deer is coming out of the water. If he'd have waited maybe a little bit longer, I think it would have been a more legal shot, if I have to use that term.
Well, it doesn't clear him on the. There's people fishing, and you're shooting between them.
You shoot between boats. I've asked him if he'll go on with us. I'm waiting to see if he will.
Not good.
No.
Not good. And those
Well,
he needed some meat. Yeah, the reason why the guy makes the first comment, that's a term used for deer that are in estrus and are what would you call like with dogs in heat. And so the bucks are after him, and he was saying this doe got in the water, and he just swam right in there behind her. Yeah. Two of them. Now, they act crazy when it's that time of year.
Oh boy.
Well, they're better swimmers than I thought they were.
They can go.
I've never really seen one in the water like that.
Oh, they'll. Yeah, I'm with you, Greg. That buck is not worth all of this.
He's like the one Rich shot.
He's pretty shot. He's pretty young. And why did you do that to Rich? He didn't say Rick. He said Rich. Oh.
Almighty.
Imagine I'm filming these deer and all of a sudden somebody shoots me. By the way, can I say something about that guy? That guy doesn't cuss.
No, he does not.
Doesn't.
No, he
That's
doesn't.
as close as
No.
he's going to get. Because if that doesn't make you cuss, you don't cuss.
No, you're right.
It is pretty cool, Helms, what you're talking about. The two pieces of video shows the other boat from each, like that one's filming, this one's filming.
Yeah.
And
He basically
get
shot
both
right
video.
between them. He shot between two fishermen.
Yeah.
Not wise.
And then
Not
asked,
wise.
did I hit him? Yeah. Did he come back? Hey, I hit him.
Gary,
So he takes
Gary.
So he takes a second shot.
Yeah.
No, we don't have video of that.
No, we do not.
God.
You know why? Because they probably stop video and then start wanting to live.
Right. 'Cause it got real.
They start getting worried about getting shot then. You start hollering, we're here, like the Who's in Whoville.
Okay, hold on. I got the guy here.
Thank you for getting that one.
Well, the guys in the boat are probably armed too. So,
well, we're about to find out.
Well, I guarantee you they are.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. Thank you for being with us. Taking a look at the Man Church calendar this week, men all across our country, I get emails, got them again this week, saying, hey, can you point me to somewhere near me that is doing the men's discipleship strategy? Or, hey, is there a church around here we could talk to? We want to start it too. Well, one of the ways you can absolutely find a place near you is to go to one of the Man Church services. And that feeds into the strategy and back into the curriculum. So tonight, Linden, Alabama, Linden Baptist Church, Rich Wingo there tonight, and the whole association is meeting to find out more. And then Crestview, Florida, Emmanuel Baptist Church is starting it coming up on the 28th. Is that Friday? What is the 28th?
28th.
What is the 28th?
Let me tell you.
What's the 28th?
We got Friday.
The 28th, this Friday, Emmanuel Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Blake Prime Time will be there, and they're starting so you can plug in. Bubba, Disney has just completely lost their way. If you'd like to hear this clip that Adler has for us, they have a new version of Snow White. And I know that's what everybody wanted, was a new version. And let's add all
the world's better.
Let's add all the woke stuff here, because once again, what you're about to hear is what we've been talking about. You are about to hear yet again, I promise you this movie will be a disaster. You're about to hear again a marketing plan that is marketing to an audience
that either doesn't exist at all or is so tiny it's irrelevant. Okay? And the larger audience that would like to see an updated version of Snow White is being ignored, and they won't go see it, and this is going to be another Disney disaster. We'll unpack more of where Disney is right now because of all that. But just listen to this and think about what a disaster this movie will be. Here we go.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. And so it's just a really incredible story for, I think, young people everywhere to see themselves in.
Snow White is running for president.
I'm launching my campaign.
A total disaster.
Hey,
Is
don't
that
let
Wonder
the Prince
Woman?
be involved, Rick.
A
Don't let
total
some white guy show
disaster.
up.
What a disaster.
Is
no,
the
Prince is a
Wonder
hero.
Woman? Wasn't that the girl that plays Wonder Woman?
Not that I don't know.
Yeah, that was Gal Gadot or
You
whatever.
talking about the tall one?
You talking about the other
right.
one? Not the one talking.
Oh, I thought
Not Snow White talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's
The
right.
one on the right.
That's the one I was looking at.
So I want y'all to think about this now, okay? Think about
The
this.
Prince is not going to risk it.
No, don't miss the statement that associated with that, Greg. Disney is believing incorrectly, that in the real world, because what they're doing is catering to a fake world, in the real world, people have abandoned any yearning for true love.
I know.
Nobody wants to see that. No
What
one
did she
cares.
say? She learns to be the leader she was born to be. Is that what
She's
it
not
was?
waiting on Prince.
Woman pop.
Yeah, she's going to be the leader her daddy told her she's going to be.
I mean, what's she going to lead? I mean,
Well, she's going to lead a bunch of dwarfs, I guess.
I guess.
I don't know.
Have you seen the dwarves?
Yeah, they're not.
This is for real from a photo from the movie set. And there's your dwarves right there. And
None of them are dwarves.
None
well,
of them
one of them.
We
There's
got
one.
one dwarf. The rest
Listen.
are big and normal.
I saw this dwarf actor that was. I'm not making this up.
Here we
He
go.
was complaining about stuff like this.
Dinklage.
He said these are roles that I get considered for, and now you're not even letting me have those.
Think about it. As we pursue wokeness, we're putting little people out of work, and they're also going to pay more for their hot water going forward.
What do you? They obviously don't call them the dwarves. What do they call them?
Greg,
what do they call them?
This movie will be a disaster.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarves is the name of the fairy tale that's been around for how
I see
long?
one dwarf.
And it's
Thank
not
you,
like
Greg.
it's not a thing against people that don't have white skin, but that's the fairy tale. Her skin was white as snow.
Yeah,
It's not like
the prince.
it's
she's
not like a
waiting on the
white
prince.
supremacist thing. That's just the description in the fairy tale. And how is this even Snow White anymore?
It's not.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's not.
No, it's
and
not.
don't forget, we even think that society no longer enjoys movies about people being in love and true love.
And classic characters
nobody
like
wants
the dwarves.
Nobody wants a classic character. Nobody likes this Prince thing. Nobody watch how many women out there watch everything about the royals. We love this stuff.
Oh,
I mean, and little girls like this stuff, and people like this stuff. We love the story of I wonder if they're going to end up together. Is it going to work out? And no, Disney says nobody cares about that anymore.
Well, that's why everybody watches The Bachelor.
Nobody
What
wants
if
to
Nicholas
see.
Sparks had
Yeah,
that
look
same
how ridiculous
attitude?
that is.
Look what his movies would be. Nobody would watch them.
The guys, they are abandoning.
Golly.
Disney is abandoning the people who made them so wealthy. They have forgotten where it came from, and they're catering to a fake world where the audience, if it exists at all, is inconsequential.
You know, Disney, it's
just stupid.
It's strange because I was telling you guys in the break, I was reading yesterday on the site that has all these rumors on them. That's all they are usually. But they were saying that Disney had put up ESPN, ABC, their streaming service. All of that is on the for sale block because they are just losing so much money, especially the streaming. They're saying the streaming has been a disaster for them. I don't know if it has.
Well, you know what was
I hadn't looked into.
You know what was interesting to that? And you touched on it. And they used to pride themselves on being so innovative, and they were the standard for entertainment that all of us should adhere to. They really relate to the game on that. I mean, they didn't get in there and do a very good job with that at all. You know why? Because they're worried too much about wokeness, and they're not worried about business, and they're not on top of their game. They think that they've become so big they can do whatever they want to do and still get away with it. No. And they're starting to see, wow, some of this hurts a little bit. We're getting squeezed a little bit. People don't want you went into a world of family entertainment where you have made gillions.
Yep, one of the biggest companies in the world.
And you at one time were a refuge for people to go and say, I know that my family and I can enjoy what they're doing without the risk of anything that I wouldn't want my kids exposed to or I don't want to get involved in. We just want to forget the world for a while and go into a fantasy world and enjoy a childlike family magical experience. And now that can't be trusted anymore. Mm-mm. And they're forgetting they're pursuing an audience that is going to hurt them while walking over and crushing. They're thinking that their core audience will tolerate anything as they search for a new audience, and that has been grossly miscalculated. You realize how many movies and shows and things they put out right now that have been unsuccessful?
That's right. It doesn't matter.
And there was a time when Disney, if they touched it, it was gold.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And they did it usually very well.
I mean, we've got David Pollock being fired from ESPN, and Lee Corso is back.
Well, there was even one rumor that all things were on the table for Disney because they're hemorrhaging money so bad that they might even sell the entire company to Apple.
That's funny.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Rumor.
But what
at best.
But I tell you what, we just heard that's not a rumor is that interview.
Yeah.
That was
it was nuts.
Makes no sense.
Again, spending money on marketing plans, marketing to a fake world that will be a disaster in the real world.
Yeah.
This is the latest mistake.
Yep. They might as well be drinking Bud Light.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Only a minute, so we probably want to go after the break.
Yep.
We'll come back and set that up.
We'll talk to one of the guys fishing.
What if also we went to the line? We said, we got the guy that was, who, he said, well, he was kind of a big guy.
Bald head.
Had a bald head. and then when he missed him, he said, I mean, hey, you can't even have nothing. You can't even have a buck shooting it out of the water.
Guys, be careful with guns out there. Yeah. Good night.
Well, and
it ain't worth that.
Let me tell you, and the problem is when you're dealing with deer rifles, you're dealing with death.
Yeah.
I mean, you get shot by one of those, it's bad, bad, bad.
It's big time.
That one, somebody sprays you on a quail hunt, you'll live.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want anything to do with these things.
No.
Mm-mm. I mean, hey, the deer's in the water, and I mean, there's plenty of room between them two boats. I don't understand what the problem is. I'll wait till you get out on the bank. I don't understand.
You didn't wait very long.
Hey, I don't understand what all the hype's about. I mean, you can't even have a small buck. I'm with you. I hate to say this, and I know this is not good, but I'm just being real. I can see you considering something like that if you're talking about the Hartford elk is swimming the biggest buck you've ever seen in your life, and you think you're by yourself and you don't see the fisherman. But taking that kind of shot on that deer. Now, I know in this room, when I bring up Diamond Dallas Page, she's already started. I hear it over there. But one of the things that he's talking about, he is a famous wrestler, and actually an acquaintance of mine.
Yeah, he is.
But anyway, so he was a WWE legend. You know what I didn't know, looking at this, that he really didn't become a big deal till he was 40?
Yeah, he was late to the game.
Of course, I knew the year, 1996. But anyway, so he said that, if he started earlier in life, he thinks his body would actually be in worse shape.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because when you're young and dumb, you try some crazy things. But he didn't start till like 35.
Yeah.
So he said he did things a little smarter because he knew he was a little older. And, of course, 96, 97, 98, he was one of the biggest names in the WWE. He's now 62. He said that he had ruptured his L4 and L5, had 3 different spine specialists tell him the career was over. He said it was the worst thing to ever happen to me, but looking back, I actually think it was the best thing that happened because that's how I started to develop. Are you ready for what today is known as DDPY? And that is Diamond Dallas Page Yoga.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and
yoga or yogurt?
Right. And there he is on Blaze TV right now.
I guess he has these DVDs or online you can watch.
He
now.
actually pitched this to the Sharks on Shark Tank.
Did he really? And what did they do?
They didn't go for it.
You know, his
Really?
hair's
But
shorter
he's
than
doing
last
good.
time I saw him.
Yes.
Yes, it
yes,
is,
it is.
Bubba.
And,
Yeah,
arm,
Rick,
been a
and,
while.
and arms smaller.
Yeah.
But
It looks a lot nicer.
By the way, what a vice grip he could put on you with his arms.
Boy.
Very strong man.
What a great sense of humor, though.
Yes.
well,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Do anything.
Thankfully. But anyway, so but what he says, and he takes this on about his yoga, and he said, and this is right. You know, we can talk about pro wrestling and the fact that it's staged and all that, but he says, well, yeah, it's staged, but you still have the toll on your body when someone slams you or you jump off the ring rope.
Some of the stuff they do now is unbelievable.
They're stuntmen.
Yeah.
And stuntmen, their bodies, they get beat on bad.
Yeah.
And he said his took a beating, but this yoga that he does is what is the key to his health.
Rick, look at that picture. Somebody's holding him up by his ankles.
Good night. Is that him? Is he that flexible? Good gracious, DDP.
Oh,
right. So what was his signature move?
Diamond cutter.
That's right. Yes, it was.
He'd signal the crowd he's supposed to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
What was the signal for it?
Listen to this lineup. He said, you can't fake gravity. Gravity gets everybody, and the wear and tear on your body that professional wrestling takes. He said, I tore both rotator cuffs. I tore my meniscus, my cartilage in my knees, and then ruptured the L4 and the L5. Did you know that?
Please show that footage again.
Does anybody want to do DDPY? Huh?
I bet it's hard to do, Rick.
It looks like a defensive end in the NFL.
He does. He does.
He nearly got Rick in the diamond cutter.
Well,
He did. He did.
Very difficult headlock to get out
Baby
of.
brother won't leave it alone. Rick.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it was a point in time. That's old Rick, though.
Yeah.
Oh, old Rick. That's old Rick. New Rick, see, just would go over.
PJ.
And I'd go over and ask him about maybe the yoga.
That's PJ, isn't it?
That's pre-Jesus. That's old Rick.
So is he just selling
Y'all
a workout?
gotta leave
Is
old
that
Rick.
what it is?
I can't be responsible
Yeah,
for old Rick.
it's like a workout and all. He's like Tybo. I don't know.
Please
Get a
look at
bigger
his
shirt.
So you get the video and it looks like me when I
Get
wear
the
that
video.
turtleneck.
Look, there he is. He's on Good Day Alabama. No, that's
Rick, stand by.
There's a
Stand by.
depressing documentary out there. You know, these wrestlers, they don't end well for most.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang all here today, and we thank you for being with us. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Yes, so Greg, I know that you said you got a remodeling project going on in the valley. Everything going all right with it?
Yeah, painting companies out there getting after it.
Mm-hmm. How are the swatches looking?
Well, they look a little different on the wall than they do. You just got to learn. That's just the way it is.
Well, I mean,
according to women, but no, boy, they took on a major deal, and they're doing a good job. They're getting after it.
Yeah,
There we go.
You got some accent walls?
Oh yeah, you got to have that.
Yeah.
Well, you kidding me?
yeah. So is this inside painting, outside painting?
Inside.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
You probably need to get the outside painted too. While you
No, I'm gonna have to wait on that.
Are you? Well, you
I'm
have
wait
to
on that.
Once you've been in a house a while, you got to do.
Yeah, we got, but the painting company's doing a great job. It's looking good, but and then we had the floors done, so you had to move for that. So we're the house has got a lot of plastic hanging and stuff like that. That's always cozy.
Do you? Can I give you some advice? You
Moving
remember-
a lot of furniture around.
And we talked about this on the show when I had something going on. And honestly, the truth of the matter, and you know this, and we all know this, and I know some women may not believe this, we couldn't give a rip what the walls are painted in our house and what color. There's no way I could muster, even try to care.
Especially when they give you 4 samples and they're all, to me, look close to
That's
the
where I'm
same.
headed.
I'm like,
That's where I'm headed. They throw down these. Well, I know swatches is a material.
Yeah.
Is that what they call it in painting too?
yeah, and we actually went throughout this time. We actually got samples of the paint and paint because we knew they were going to paint the walls and painted on the wall to look at it. Right. And again, we have to go, well, you like that one? Or you like that one? Do you like this one or like that one? I'm like, yeah, that's good.
They'll put 4 shades in front of you when they finally get to kind of where they want to go, and I can't tell one from another.
That's me. I go, look, they're all in the same family. Just pick the one you like.
Put one up.
Step back and look.
I guess
do you not care about this? I don't know how to answer that. What should I say?
I think they must see it in much more brilliant terms than we do.
Sure.
So it looks different to them, but. Yeah, we've got this project going on at the lake, and Betty has painted test paint strips.
Yes,
all
sir.
Over.
I had them all over my house.
It looks like a lake youth gang has destroyed the house. There's so much odd painting all over.
I'm the same thing. And look, it ain't gonna be one or two.
No. Well, you got to have one so you see it in the light. You got to have one in the shadow. You got to have one facing this way and that way. Yeah.
Can I tell you what's kind of freed me of it? And y'all might remember when I told you guys about it. It's been a while now, so you may not remember. I tried truthfulness, and that was that I don't really care.
Oh.
And that didn't go over.
No, you got to act like.
So I went all the way the other way. Became incredibly opinionated. I don't like that at all.
Oh,
and it freaks them out.
We'll get back at it.
They're like, what? I said, nah, I don't like that at all. I don't think that works, and I think that's a wrong road to be on. And then really, so you're that. Yeah, I wouldn't. They ain't no.
I wouldn't do that.
That right there, we dodged a disaster.
We
dodged a disaster that we almost went with Sunset Sand.
Yeah,
and if we had done that,
different brands.
I don't know if we could have ever lived with it. Well, I'm glad I saw it. Thank you for bringing me in here. Anything else you want me to comment on?
Rick,
now that I got you, these curtains, you think those work?
I don't know about Edgecombe Gray.
Rick, here is a term you have to throw in. That one has too much green in it.
Yeah, just throw so much green. Yeah, right. I don't like that green tint. Well, can you see green in that? Absolutely.
I do when the light's on.
It's like a big green monster attacking me. I hope our house doesn't end up looking like that. Just go crazy about it. Just start having all kinds of opinions. They won't listen to any of it, but they'll stop asking you, why don't you care?
Yeah, when you start really getting involved, maybe I'll do that.
Can they just not accept that we really don't care?
Yeah,
I'm
good with, and look, they're close to being done with it. And it looks really good. I like it. But I don't know which one we settled on,
Terry's wanting to get new curtains in the room, and she ordered, I guess, curtain samples. Now we just have them back in the college days. You remember how you would just you would thumbtack them to the wall so that you would have a dark room.
Yeah.
Now we just have curtains hanging. What color do you like? I don't know.
Look at
I don't want to block the view.
Yeah.
2, if I close them, I want it to be really dark.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of my 2 areas.
Well, and that's a gift to your wife. Kevin,
that's a commitment you made to her.
I did.
What a great one. Kevin sent an email.
34 years ago.
I'm the only one on this one. There's a notice outside the paint store, and I know it's a joke, but it's still funny. Notice: husbands choosing paint colors must have a signed note from their wife.
That's great.
That is good.
That's right.
I can't tell the difference in them. Now the big, if you want to see, I want somebody to come in. I know it's what you're looking for, Greg. All right, we got some swatches for you, Burge. Okay, what we got? My wife wants me to care about this. What do we got? You got green, okay. You got brown, all right. Red or blue. Okay, well, I probably can, but that's not what you get. What you get is they've already got their shade, their color, and then you get into shades.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You want midnight blue. You want Carolina blue. You want you got.
What about 1 o'clock?
And then my favorite is the different. My favorite, which is the worst, the different whites.
Oh, that's what we were in.
What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
And this is new. Well, I say it ain't new. It's new to me. This accent wall thing. So you got walls this color. Then you got this one wall that ain't it's its own color.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the good access with this we got here?
Accent,
yeah.
Well, I've never even heard of this.
Oh, accent.
I bet I've been asked about it.
You'll have
just
like
off to the side. You can see a different color.
Yeah, just one wall. Just one wall. It's a different color.
Oh, I have it.
She even got Kate's up there putting some wood and stuff on there.
shiplap. Kate's.
Yeah, but it's like almost like a tic-tac-toe thing.
Hey, Greg, pick out a color.
Oh, he was loving it.
Greg, you want to go over here and help us out with these colors right now? You can go see some more puppies.
You know what he's waiting on me with yesterday? That picture about the puppies.
Of course he was.
He thought that was the funniest thing.
Greg Burgess, you're this picture with these puppies. Are you like your granddaddy puppies?
He actually,
puppy granddaddy.
He actually experienced them when they were there.
Yeah. Greg, hold this ladder so I can get up here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why they just don't leave us out of it. Just try not to spend all of our money, and whatever you end up with is fine.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, it's
there it is. There they are. Look at
all
that middle line. Might as well be.
Yeah, can you tell the
night.
difference? Can you
I
tell
know,
the
Bubba,
difference
can
in that
you even
middle line?
see anything?
What about
Bubba?
Silver Charm?
What are we talking about?
How can we have that many
I see
shades?
4 of them that look kind of grayish, and then everything else the same color. I can't tell the difference in winter mood and master mix.
Yeah.
Does water chestnut and Scotland Road look any different to y'all?
No,
I can't even tell there's a color there.
I can
Rick.
see one and I can't see the other.
I'm gonna tell you,
I'd go with oatmeal, but I've never eaten oatmeal that looked like that.
Winter Mood and Scotland Road are just, I mean, they're no different.
Do you think they laugh? The paint people just laugh.
Ooh, look at
And
closet
do you think they take a color and say, give that about 4 names?
And look, the majority
Put
of the
2
time,
more drops.
the majority of the time, it does look different when it's on the wall,
It
but it's
does
not
not.
that much.
You talking about from the swatch?
Yeah,
or whatever
but it's
that's
not
called?
that. But I don't look at it and go, well, that's completely not it.
No.
I never, yeah, it's kind of it. You know, it's good. I like it. I picked that family. I'm good.
Has
with
there
it.
ever been a woman on the planet that thought the color on the card made it to the wall?
No.
It
I'm
never-
like Bubba said. We had
How you supposed to
lines of
guess
paint.
on that?
Oh yeah.
How you supposed to? When I say to me, once they start putting lines, they can't complain after that.
Yeah, that's true. It's up there.
You can come off the card and
But-
say the card didn't represent the wall, but if you literally painted on the wall then picked it, then you can't go back.
But here's what you got to deal with: what time of day it is, how many windows are in the room. It makes all of it look.
Where's
different.
the light? Is it cloudy?
You know, and I'm not very popular because I'm a little more like you, Bus, and Sherry makes fun of us all the time. I'm a little more flashy. I mean, if we're gonna paint, let's paint. I mean, let's have some colors bouncing around in here. Yeah, Sherry claims I'd like for our house to like romper room. I said, I want a lot of colors.
Yeah.
Let me have some yellows. Let me get some reds in here.
Go with some primaries.
Let's brighten this place up.
Hunter's orange.
I want the paint to make a difference. I don't want to have a repaint and I go, I can't tell we've done anything.
I know. Yeah.
Let's liven this thing
Well,
up.
see, for
and
a
you think I
while-
won't? If you don't think I want Hug Hunter's Green, I love a Hunter's
See,
Green.
I don't, so Rick, here's the thing. Like, I really do prefer what I would call natural colors. You know, the browns, the green, all that kind of stuff. Beige.
Earthy.
But you know, for some reason, somebody on Pinterest a few years ago painted everything white.
I know that. Who
So
was
we're
that
we're
person?
into operating room white right now.
Absolutely.
Everything has to be just white from one end to the other.
I got in trouble
And
for
I'm
making
like,
I made a beach house comment about that.
Yeah.
I said,
You know what
we don't. This house ain't on the beach.
So I've noticed we do all weigh in.
You know what I found out? You know what I found out? The color we got. It's a combo of gray and beige, and it's called greige. That's not the name of it. That's the way
That
they
sounds like
describe
a celebrity
it.
couple.
It's described as gray.
That sounds like a celebrity couple.
Sounds like somebody J-Lo's dating.
Yeah, it does. But that's
Hey,
what that
Greg,
was.
is this greige?
So it's greige. It's gray and beige. That's what it said. Depends on what room it's in. I
Okay.
guess.
Unbelievable.
And your accent wall is
We're working on that. It's some kind of dark gray, maybe.
dark gray with greige.
Yeah.
Okay.
Become real opinionated. You won't be asked anymore.
That's a great. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, go the-
She'll say,
go-
"Go mind your business."
go
I don't care
completely
what
the
you
other way.
think. That's a good idea.
Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you remember Jake the Snake Roberts? Yes.
Yes.
He's down on his luck, and
Is he?
DDP takes him in. This is an old documentary too. He takes him in and helps him get back in shape. And all
Who
this
DDP does?
Yeah.
Was it with DDPY? Why is that in the news today?
I don't know. Because, like I said, I remember him on Shark Tank not too long ago pitching it. Well, I
Rick,
say
watch
probably
what
a
he
year or
does
so
here.
ago,
Watch
or a
what he
couple
does.
years
Did
ago.
y'all know that DDP is in the WWE Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I don't know
What's
why.
he doing? What's he doing here, Rick? What is this? Oh my God!
Something I'll never do.
Yeah, I don't know why they're suddenly talking about it again.
Yeah, because this is not new, right?
Oh my gosh!
That's
My hip
hard.
just snapped.
Yeah, you
Huh?
Oh, I can do that.
I can't do that.
Look, he didn't like it either. Did you see that?
No,
face?
I just there's certain
It's almost
things-
like he went too far.
Look, I think I've accomplished something when I get out of bed. I'm just like, look, I'm walking again.
I'm moving.
It's hurting.
I'm a real boy. I'm a real boy.
This is, look, this is my Bubba. This is my everyday. All right, coming out of the bed. Hurt. Oh, working out. Okay, so, all right, not hurting. Oh, walking.
Then
Feet on the floor. Oh.
Then I start thinking, shower, work it out, it out in the shower.
I've got to go down steps. I go down the steps. Like,
Commode, maybe it's next.
if you saw me go down steps, you would say, somebody help him.
Yeah, I feel like the Tin Man right after a rain.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Celebration, Mr. Lucky, the one and only CD from the world's greatest garage band. And that was the only original CD that we ever put out. It's available now on iTunes. Just look for Rick and Bubba, Mr. Lucky, and you can find those 9 original songs. The Fat Chance Tour, part of the 25 years of Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
You remember the Fat Chance Tour?
I do very well.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
A lot of fun. So, and then we had we played at some Fat Fest. We did that for 5 years. Ended that in 2003. Wow, a lot of time's gone by. Can you believe it's been 16 years since the last time you did a Fat Fest?
No,
Really?
No, can't really believe it.
Wow.
Hey,
Lot changes in 16 years.
You know, time's just clicking right on by.
Yeah, it is.
clicking on
It
by,
is.
fellas.
Hey, now.
Hey, so, I know we're in the polar vortex. I know that we have some things to cover today. It really could be, if you think about it, today could be, a day of discomfort because, Span is just getting ripped for
Pass the gravy, please.
It is 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
As we make our way back, 22 minutes past the hour. Be thankful I need you today. We were just laughing in the break. Wouldn't you love to be on the team that gets to name the paints?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
how do they keep coming up with
all right,
stuff?
roll one out here. What do you got? Okay, that looks a lot like the other one. Oh, it's the same paint. Just give it a different name.
Give it another name.
Okay, I'm thinking beachside.
Sunshine Delight.
Yeah, beach joy.
We ought to come out with our
Beechwood.
own paint and have just like sayings of the show for the paint, like Rude Tourette's green.
There you go.
I can't
And,
tell the
RT
difference in the
green.
paints. Just give us another name, Rick. They're the same paint.
Ketchup red.
What if that was ours? Ours would be easy to follow, wouldn't it?
Staying at brown.
I'm thinking it's kind of a mauve colored. What do you think about Spam Delight? By the way, did you see maple flavored Spam?
Oh yeah.
That's
Where are you on maple
Bubba.
flavor?
I don't
spam.
Spam should be spam.
Okay, you don't like it being
I don't
tampered
like foods that are made to taste like other foods. If I want that, I'll just put maple syrup on it.
Understood. That's
Yeah,
a good.
I don't want
that's
it together.
That's a good statement.
Don't be mad with me.
Yellow.
That'd
be cool.
Yeah. The now, Speedy,
didn't know what
you had a
meant.
question.
There I am doing it. Blue.
Yeah.
Don't be mad with me.
Bubba said he had a sibling play date with his dog, and we talked about how the show was aging, and you can tell it by Bubba
Did he
doing
say that
that,
out loud?
and Greg saying that he went for a puppy day on Friday with Lisa. So Bubba, how'd it go yesterday?
Well, we our newest dog, who is turned 1 yesterday, we had invited one of the owner and one of the brothers from her litter over.
Did they?
Oh, look at here.
Had 'em
And,
over.
yeah, and well, that's Ruby Sue and Oscar. And Ruby Sue is bigger than Oscar. She was the biggest one in the litter, the
Okay.
only female.
Sue.
And she is bossy. She bossed the litter around when they were little.
Greg, you would have thought they would have named her Peggy.
You
would have. Right.
And we were really watching too because I wanted to see how it would go. Oscar is just a very nice dog, even tempered. Ruby is goofy and barks and acts silly, and she was doing that yesterday. She did not recognize him. She didn't. She immediately was kind of defensive when he showed up. So
Who would have thought?
I would have took that she did not recognize him. Now he was very passive and nice and playful. I don't know that he recognized her. I think he's just a nice dog.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And where does Oscar live?
not too far away.
Not too far
Yeah,
away.
I mean, there was about 8 or 9 of them, and Oscar has actually played with some of his brothers before. He gets out more than we do.
Yeah.
And but it was fun. It was good to meet them and have the dogs over for a minute, and it was just fun.
Yeah.
Nice afternoon.
Well, I wanted the update, and I also wanted to see Rick squirm a little bit because he
that's
hates
fine.
when we talk about dogs.
No, I don't hate when we talk about dogs. That's
Our
not true.
pets, our pets.
No,
Our
no,
pets.
there's a lot of funny and humorous things that come from this. There's some things going on that make me uncomfortable,
Okay.
but that's fine.
That's it.
Ruby acted scared, and then she
This would
wanted
be one of 'em.
Then she wanted to boss Oscar around. You know,
Right, yeah.
barked
Oscar was
at him,
mad
she
at it.
snapped at him a few times. You know, so
Yeah.
But he's a very well behaved dog.
Did they
Ruby
stay,
was difficult, like normal.
run around the yard?
Yeah, they
play
never.
out?
Act,
yeah, yeah.
They never act to each other like you want them to. Oh, look, they miss each other. That never happens.
well-
I had a couple of Dachshunds, and one of them left for a week to go. Somebody wanted to breed him, so his brother stayed at home. So they pull up with him, and we're like, "Oh, I know he's going to miss his brother." The minute she dropped him on the ground, the other one jumped him, and I mean, they got in a just horrible.
Greg,
fight
you said that
right there
one
in front of
that one
everybody.
went away for breeding.
Somebody
that
wanted
dog
to
does
breed
not
him.
want to be brought back.
I guess probably that may be the other one might have been jealous.
I was about to say.
But I mean, the minute he hit the ground, he jumped on him, and I mean, one of them violent fights.
Well,
where they're got each other by the throat.
And it's
Yeah,
okay.
hey, you messing me up.
And it's okay, and they can be quite a blessing. But this is where we as human beings try to make them be human.
Yeah, yeah.
And I bet they're excited about their reunion. Well, no, they're not. They don't. They're not. They're
Well,
not human.
now the Oscar has had play dates with his other siblings, the other
sorry.
boys in the group, and we were told they get along fine.
Oh, I'm sure they get
So it's a
along.
little bit
Sure.
on Ruby.
Yeah.
This
there
is
you
more
go.
about the great Ruby.
Now, I
Sue
do.
than
I
anything.
do think because of the animal-human connection, that an animal that was taken care of by a human, I think they do remember them.
Well,
And
you see a lot-
and I think that, but remembering their siblings,
You see a lot of that with them.
I mean,
like people
that-
come back
that-
from being overseas, and it shows them their
Yeah.
dog goes nuts when they see them.
Yeah.
Well, you would have
That's who
thought
feed
that the
them.
dog
Yeah.
would have some
Yeah.
smell,
Boy, Rick.
memory of their
I mean, I know
siblings.
Daisy
boy?
and Dolly knew exactly who I was when I walked in the other day. I mean, they remember me giving them that.
but you've
milk through a
but
thing
you've seen like I remember our
Great
I've blocked it.
explanation.
I've blocked it in my mind. I can't.
and one of
Even
our messages that at church, our pastor, or for those of you that get angry about me using that term, our minister. But anyway, some of y'all where your passions are. I wish we focus that maybe on making disciples and being disciples. But anyway, but he told a story one time, and because he and I still kind of make fun of it because we call a person on the staff Old Shep. because of his loyalty. But and he talked about
Be careful with Speedy.
He talked about that there was actually this dog, and I don't remember what the story was, where the guy went off to war or what it was, but that he left a train station. It might have been some war, and he didn't come back because he was killed in action. That seems like that'll work with this story, but for some reason his owner didn't come back, and it was something like that.
Yeah,
and they talked about how that dog would sit at that train station day after day after day after day.
What was that on?
And they called him Old Shep, and I think they have a statue of him there.
Oh, Shep. I've seen somebody went to the hospital and died, and their dog was sitting out in front of it.
Right. Oh, yeah. Right. So that human.
Your brother had the story.
That human.
Thought I'd chime.
Yeah.
That may be a stronger bond.
Yeah. That it's a different. But and I don't mean that negatively. I think it's a design by God.
Yeah, they don't.
That they don't yearn for the litter of puppies they were in, for
the mom that had them,
or the mom that had them,
once they're weaned and they go on,
because they're animals and they're designed for a different role.
Yeah.
You know, so I would think that would be part of their design, not to bring stress to them. You know, and
well, we've got some video of it. Now, I don't think we need to play the audio, Rick, because I haven't screened it. But Adler, I send it to you if you get it here in the next few minutes.
Will there be future play dates?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know the folks, and we just had a good time sitting down talking to them.
Well, good.
Oscar will come around.
Yeah, I mean Ruby Sue.
There's more Ruby Sue than Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar
Ruby
tried,
Sue is a very strong personality dog. So
bottom of the hour.
Oscar was very nice.
Yeah. I got that video, Bubba. I got to email it to myself though, so we can play it. When you text it to my phone, I have to then send it to my email.
Aw, cut it down. Come on, Ruby Sue.
I don't know how many times I've told y'all that.
Rick and Bubba.
It's amazing to me the number of people, because when you're dealing with people, you can't make people happy. It's the worst thing you can do, because people put you in a position that if what you say is going to happen happens, then of course they're angry about all the pestilence caused by what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. In this case, if it's tornadoes are coming, hurricanes are coming, ice is coming, and they actually do happen, you're never really praised. In a tornado, maybe if you save some lives, but the people who didn't get the tornado, you know what I mean? It's like there's devastation. We can't go anywhere. Now we're trapped if it's snow. But then if you miss it, everybody's mad because they prepared for it and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean,
and
no harm, no foul.
I guess I'm in the very small, minute percentage. I was thankful that they missed the winter weather forecast. I went hunting yesterday. I didn't have to sleep on the floor, and I actually had a tremendous day.
Yeah.
And my only kid that's still at home in school, in high school, got a day out of school that he could actually go do something. I mean, so I thought it was fantastic. I celebrate. But I started looking at everybody ripping on Span.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Man, some of y'all need to get alive.
Yeah, some take it really serious.
Yeah, some of y'all are holding on way too tight now. And we talking about snow now. Okay,
right.
I mean, this is look. It's one thing for us to have
nobody lost a kidney over it.
Right. It's one thing for us to have a video of a very small child crying because they're disappointed about snow.
Which was funny.
It doesn't look good for a 55-year-old woman to do it.
No.
Okay. So some of y'all need to. Some of y'all need to just, really need to go back, look at the things you're writing, ask yourself, is that really me and is that right?
Yeah. Could I do a little better?
Right. I'm amazed at some of the things people will say and do. It's amazing. I don't know why I keep being amazed by it.
Rick, several
I'd love to talk to James, though.
Yeah, we're going to talk to him today, see how that's going. Rick, interesting story today. There is a woman who decided she was going to run a test on the websites to see what men really wanted on these dating websites.
Oh, boy.
And she disguised, the same woman put 7 different ads into the dating site with different looks and different backgrounds. She did a little bit of everything. Businesswoman, gym bunny, she calls it, glasses, party-loving blonde, all this. And her results were very interesting, the type of matches that she got.
But not surprising, right?
No.
Okay. Maroon 5 is scheduled this Sunday to play the Super Bowl halftime. Of Super Bowl 53 because their fans are giving them backlash who are Colin Kaepernick supporters. But the band says the halftime show, and if you're the Super Bowl people and you're the NFL, this should concern you a little bit, will do the talking for them.
Rick, I'm confused here again.
Who's on first?
What we're trying to accomplish here. So, do they think that Kaepernick supporters will just disrupt the press conference? Because usually they have a press conference where they kind of open it to the public and they sit on a stage and talk. And do they think that they're going to disrupt it, or Maroon 5 fans that are mad that they're playing the Super Bowl will disrupt it? I'm kind of gray, and here's the thing: if you're somehow think that the NFL has done Kaepernick wrong, or it's racist, or whatever, attacking the halftime ban is that the way to go to get this?
Well,
if you get the players to boycott the game's over.
Right. Well, this is it.
But they lose millions of dollars. They're predominantly African American. That would be where you would. That's your pressure point right there. Now they would lose millions of dollars, have the contracts, declined, and face multiple lawsuits. But that's how you could end the Super Bowl.
Well, here's what, and you said it in the break. You're 100% right. I'm looking over the article, what a lot of the Colin Kaepernick supporters want the NFL to become is Sun City. Now, some of you in the audience are too young to remember that. And
they ain't gonna play Sun City.
This is when apartheid was still in power in South Africa, and artists began to say it is bad form to go and perform in a country that is treating a race of people as poorly as South Africa is currently treating the black Africans. And apartheid, they are racist, which they were, and the way that they are governing is so wrong, no one should even play there. And so then all the artists started doing a song together saying we're not going to play Sun City, which is there in South Africa. So and Bubba, that's exactly what's happening here. There's 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. HelloFresh.com helping you. Look, when it gets down to what we're going to do for dinner, we're on the move. Are we off to whatever we doing? Why not have HelloFresh handle that for you? What are we having for dinner? I'll tell you what we're having. It's already here ready to go. I've got a recipe card that's easy to follow. What I'm preparing is delicious, and I've got all the ingredients I need to prepare it. So I don't have to stop on the grocery store on the way home. No, you don't. We've got everything here. So we're not doing DoorDash, Uber Eats. No, it costs a fortune. We can still do that every now and then, but we don't have to depend on it. We're not calling it just because we didn't plan anything to eat. Might choose to do it, but not because we're not ready. And it'll help you save money, and it also gets you delicious meals quickly on the table, gets everybody back around the table, and you can even, use some of their snacks. They do that as well. And if you're hosting something, it's summer, a lot of hosting going on, a little backyard bratwurst bar. Greg, you love that. Tangy key lime pies. Y'all like a key lime pie? I bet old Speedy will take a key lime pie, won't you? You ain't never had Sherry's key lime pie. Boy, it's good. It's good, buddy. And you won't get one either now. Yeah, you don't bring so right now, go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Get 50% off plus free shipping. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com there under the sponsors button. Put HelloFresh to work for you. All right, so Bubba, you said you had some actual footage.
Yeah, this is just
of this very moving reunion.
Yeah, the big dog reunion yesterday.
Right, yes.
And,
I got the blubbering.
I was curious to see if they acted like they remembered each other, but I would have to say that would be a big negative.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And, so is this you capturing the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Oscar walking up. Hunter has Ruby Sue.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. A little butt smelling going on.
You got the audio going, Rick? You want to hear the audio? Hear it barking?
It's up there.
There you go.
I'll say Oscar wants to play.
And Ruby is not happy about it.
And Ruby is not.
She's trying to get away.
Yeah, Oscar's checking her all right.
Well, we're all in that tail.
You remember that? She's trying to back him off. She'll be bossing in a minute.
Yeah. Look, she's hiding. She wants Betty to pick her up.
Oh, Bubba's doing the
Bubba's
standard
doing
baby
baby
talk.
talk. Now I know why.
Best standard
That's
baby
why.
talk.
Right there. That was it.
Remember your brother.
Your baby brother. And
I don't
that was
remember
it.
what was said.
She's trying to play.
Give you brother.
Look, there they go. There they go.
I'm chasing.
You see,
Ruby's running. She's scared now. She'll be the chaser after a while.
Now we're not talking about Adler's daughter. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
everybody knows that.
no,
This is Ruby Sue.
It's a dog. Yeah, Ruby Sue.
Look out. She's like, I don't know about this.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know why she got it like she liked it. So now we brought an invader in.
Yeah.
Ruby, that's your brother right there. You gotta remember your brother.
Yeah. She's almost too big for the house.
I'm talking.
Played with.
That was Bubba.
That's not
Has anybody seen my man card?
She don't want anything to do with
Oh, my goodness. There we go.
He had to turn around.
Yeah. They warmed up later, but
All the baby talk is unbelievable.
When did we decide that dogs want to be talked to like babies?
I don't know.
But everybody does it. You know?
Meow, 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 meow. What you been doing? You miss Daddy.
I
We
didn't
thought
talk,
you'd care about your brother.
I didn't baby talk Millie when she ate the edge of the rocking chair off the other day.
She's still doing something like
Yeah,
that?
Really?
She chews
What-
on
what
the pointed end.
Greg, that day that plate of food was sitting there. God, that day.
I tell you,
Can't
Millie
get it back.
Millie just keeps giving, doesn't
She
she?
did, oh yeah, that's
Oh,
what I
yeah.
told Lisa. I said, boy, she's the gift that keeps on giving.
How was your voice towards her?
It wasn't baby.
No, didn't do a little baby talk.
No,
You give her, hey.
that's fine.
Yeah, so there you
That's
go.
got to be good for your stomach.
That was it. The Tangled Web voice.
I don't know. She's got a little beaver in her, but she likes wood. She'll chew wood up like crazy.
Yeah.
I called her building a dam.
All right. So did y'all tell me? Did y'all tell me that today is Gary's birthday?
Yes.
That is correct.
Gary,
Yes.
Gary the Bulldozer man.
Gary the Bulldozer Man. Today's his birthday.
Today's his birthday.
Yeah.
All right. So I
Rick, he's not going to have a good signal.
Hey, I mean, you know, I don't want nobody to make no fuss over me. And, you know, like everywhere I go, I can't go nowhere no more. Everywhere I go, everybody says, hey, you Gary from the show? I mean, I can't get no, you can't have nothing. You can't even have a birthday.
so and you
Gary
and I
is
were
how
trying to remember Gary's age. I don't know what it is.
You know what? He looks.
about
I think
46.
he looks really good for 72.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know how old he is. I'm really not sure.
I think
my-
he's 66 is what he's claiming.
I would guess it's something like that. I'm gonna text him here. Happy birthday. How old are you?
Yeah. He'll come back with something smart, Ellie.
He will. He will.
I mean, I was talking to Moultrie,
Uh-uh.
and he said I could just come up there and just talk about it.
That's for you, by the way. The meeting we were in the other day.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. Really? What's going on? I talked to Moultrie. He said I was going to come up there and get a birthday cake from that place y'all have. What's it called? It's a Dwayne's or something?
No, it's Edgar's.
Yeah,
Oh,
Edgar's.
Yeah. I understand he got in a handle out at your place, Rick.
He did. He did. He got his. He
what'd
got
he
his.
do?
Got his lawnmower stuck.
Boy, did he.
Trying to cut along the bank there.
Hey, now.
Hey, you can't have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a rookie move there.
Yeah, and
That's
if
not
I
like him.
if I had done that, I'd have never heard the end
I was
of
going
it.
to say, that's off his game.
Oh, he's
right
probably
there. Something's
posting on
wrong with it.
Facebook or something and not paying attention.
You know, you get on the edge and you're like,
Yeah,
well, maybe I
that's
can get
what it was.
one more row.
Everybody knows you can't do that. You got
Right.
weed
And
eat
and
on
it
the
just been
bank.
after one of those monsoon
Yeah, I
afternoon
think,
thunderstorms.
That's the deal.
What's he thinking?
Is he
You
drinking?
can't find nobody to
Is
work.
he
You
slipping?
can't-
Is that
What
it?
in the
Well, you know, he's
world?
getting older. He's getting a little older. And,
I tell you, guy that works for me wouldn't have done that.
Do you realize how much? What would I have heard if I'd have done
Oh,
that?
I know.
Like having an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, you
Good
try to get you
gosh,
out here to
Rick.
cut that grass. It's like a 280-pound to the 8-year-old.
He claims he's 66.
What's he got going right there?
I'm not sure I believe that.
Yeah, got a lot of email on this right here. This look where he's got this rag
looks
over his
good.
head.
Yeah. Yeah. There he is.
You got to do what you can. He's hot.
Hey, I mean,
I don't know what he's doing
What's
there.
it? He's pouring concrete or something.
Yeah, that's another project.
Rick, how's
Yeah.
that fence looking? He get it?
Oh my God!
I know he went and got
this
another load
ongoing
of wood
thing
for
with
him.
Gary and this fence.
Yeah.
Hey, let me do this. Some people overcharge you, and I mean they take advantage of you.
Of course, all their fences are finished, and have been finished for a while.
Yeah.
So I mean, what is he? He must be building you a nice one.
I think the day that it's done, now I may no longer be here.
Right,
I may have
right.
gone on to glory, but
Right,
whenever, I hope the people who take over
They'll
my
enjoy
kids,
it.
I hope my kids enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'm saying that he's saying he's 66, like you said, but I think he's 70.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
70.
No, I know. Whatever.
Hey, them people taking advantage of you.
Has anybody here ever met anybody that Gary likes?
No.
Anybody?
No.
Huh? I mean, one
Rick,
person.
he's never said that guy.
Can
done a
anybody?
heck of a job.
Then I go, hey, I saw so and so's helping you.
I tell you what, he's gonna wear me out.
Then you see him out there without one of his grandkids. How'd that go? The funniest one was that time when we first got down there. I was trying to find people to do stuff.
He said, over here, that's my cousin.
I said, okay, so I should get him.
Don't talk to him. He's an idiot.
You know what I mean? I mean, every single part. He's never. Have you ever heard Gary say the following thing?
No, I like him. He's a good, upstanding, hardworking guy. You
He's a worker.
Hey, does hell of a work.
Have you ever heard him say that?
No.
To anybody?
Rick, I'm not blessed to be around him as much as you are now, so I don't know.
But can you recall him ever
Well,
being
no.
positive?
Well,
Ever?
no.
What'd he say about everybody that did any work before he got
I
there?
had no idea what they were doing.
Who'd you get to do this?
Yeah.
I ain't got no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, but it's done though.
It is.
Hey, I could have done it better.
Eventually. I mean,
Yeah, there's something about
Right,
actually
right.
having it done.
yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
That falls under better also.
You're right. Oh, I've never had a problem with writing a check for a job that's finished and done well. Never. I don't bother me at all. Now these that go on,
a handle.
those become problematic. I've had. I don't know what's happened to at our house. We have a window that needs to be replaced, and we've ordered a window from a guy, and it's almost like he's just vanished into. I don't know where he went. I don't know if he was abducted by aliens. I don't.
Windows are hard to get to show up.
Yeah, it was. It's like Sherry.
through that.
It was funny. Like
Try getting some to
the
stand
contract
up to the hurricane
the
winds.
contractor that was getting the guy to do it, Sherry, yesterday, he was basically said, look, you just want me to move on to somebody else to get glass? And Sherry goes, no, I mean, it was so long ago that we ordered this piece of glass. The guy has to have the glass. I mean, there's no way he doesn't have the glass. I mean, I think we ordered that glass I think the calendar was different. I think it was like a different year. I mean, he has to have it by now. Where is he? And he said, well, he's slow to respond.
Well,
And
yeah.
but think about this. What if we were slow to pay?
Yeah, that's what I like.
Well, they love that, wouldn't they? I probably have paid for this glass. I don't know, but it's been so long ago I can't recall. But I walk in and I'll see that messed up glass needs to be replaced, and we'll be around. Hey, whatever happened to the glass guy? And then we'll call and he goes, still nothing from the glass guy. Yeah. So I don't know. Are the glass people?
I heard it was behind. Then they called up, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
At one point, they were saying it's 6 months out.
Right, yeah. So, well, maybe. But an update's fine. Answer, just a return message would be awesome.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
111,000 people that signed a petition Tuesday night, I guess, that want to continue to. Now, think about it. We have people boycotting the NFL because players kneeled, and then we have people boycotting it because they won't kneel. Bottom line.
Right.
But anyway, so here's what they're saying. Rihanna, Pink have reportedly turned down offers to perform this year's halftime show because they want to be in solidarity with Kaepernick. Jay-Z alluded to his feelings in a recent song that he declined to perform at the Super Bowl. Amy Schumer refused to appear in a TV ad for the game. And so what happens, I don't know who Cardi B is, but she says she won't take the Super Bowl halftime stage until Kaepernick gets a job. But she's going to perform at a downtown concert next week. I'm not sure that that's truly committed. But anyway, so I'm still going to pull a little bit of something out of the Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this. There are a number of Maroon 5 fans who think they should have boycotted the Super Bowl as well. And they're angry that they didn't. That's it.
Yeah.
But the main show at the Super Bowl is not the halftime. We cannot even have a halftime show. Nobody cares.
But they're saying the only thing artists get to participate in is the halftime, and the artist should not participate.
Correct.
But shouldn't they still be going after the players?
Well, they knew that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they got
and that, because I don't know how to tell them this, the players, all but maybe two, have quit kneeling. And the Colin Kaepernick story is so over. ESPN, who was obsessed with it, isn't even talking about it anymore.
Yeah, well, why? I mean, shouldn't they go to the players' union and try to get all the players to go on strike or boycott or whatever
until somebody lets Colin Kaepernick be quarterback? What do you want?
I guess that's
right. So, but that's going
with his
nowhere.
age and all now. I don't even know if he's
to wrap your mind around
he's
it.
not viable, or somebody would already have hired him.
And I agree, you're not going where the leverage is. The fans would get over if there was no halftime show, as long as there was a game.
Yeah, we could just all go to the bathroom.
Or we can go back.
We used to play basketball during halftime.
How about we could go back to Up with People?
Yeah,
if we wanted to.
Oh yeah.
By the way, that's good. But so
I love that.
Let's say this. But to stay in the pocket of this Maroon 5 is in this situation because artists have refused to play Sun City, better known as the Super Bowl halftime now,
right.
And they didn't refuse it.
Right.
So they're getting flack for it.
Right, and they said that they'd just rather they're there to perform, not get caught up in all the.
So
which they have a right to have that opinion.
They do, and the good news for the NFL is, as you read on, at first I thought they said do the talking for him, and they might do something to honor Colin Kaepernick during the halftime show. But when you read on, he's saying we're going to put on a halftime show that will exceed expectations and be at the level that halftime shows should be at the Super Bowl. That's what we're here to do.
Right.
And I applaud that because you play guitar, you play drums, you play keyboards, you play bass, you sing, and that's how you've made your living. We all appreciate what you do. You write some snappy little songs here or there, and I think Adam Levine actually is trying to shut his hole and know his role.
Yeah.
And but you see the pressure because he lives in a world of the far left, the artist, and they always so he's getting pressure from his own people and a lot of his fans who think the real statement should be to boycott the evil NFL because they won't let Colin Kaepernick be quarterback.
Yeah.
Although there are other players who kneeled that are currently playing.
Correct. Now, Greg, if you're going to go with logic on this, you're going to get very frustrated.
A lot of them, by the way.
Greg, you're going to get very frustrated if you're going to go with logic.
Yeah. Well, obviously the kneeling doesn't keep you.
And Gladys Knight says she'll still sing the anthem.
Yeah. Good. Bring it on, Gladys.
Get a little grief over that.
Everybody leave Gladys alone.
Yeah, I started to say, what about her?
You think Gladys Knight cares what anybody thinks?
Well, I think she's. I've always thought she was very classy lady and did a great job.
And when we come out of the break, you will hear the drop she did for us when she was on the show.
Yeah, right. I mean, just super nice.
And Atlanta-based rapper Big Boy and Travis Scott will be performing too.
Will they? And they're getting flack as well.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? I was looking at these numbers here on players in the NFL. It just because I was trying to run some numbers here about if they really wanted to apply the pressure in the right place. Average salary, by the way, $1.9 million in the NFL. For 1,696 players. That's just players. That doesn't count coaches, support, all that stuff. But it says there's 53 players on each team's roster plus 5 players on the practice squad. I guess in my mind, I thought there were more players on the practice squad. Only 5. I thought there was like at least 11. So you could line up and scrimmage against them. Did you know that? I thought that was all. I've just learned something about the NFL.
Yeah, I thought that not very many spots for the practice squad, are there?
No. I thought there was a lot more than that.
I did too.
Yeah. Well, if you think about what they pay them, you can't have a lot, I guess. But I just thought they would because it makes sense.
So they have 53 players. They have 5 on the practice squad, 32 teams for a total of 1,696 players with an average salary of $1.9 million.
Now, here it says each NFL team has up to 10 players on its.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we've got Cam Solo taking those phone calls for you. And we'll chat with you here and find out what's on your mind today. So be sure if you see Gary out today, wish him a happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. You can't even have a birthday shout out.
So, we'll get to some of your phone calls. Also, check rickandbubba.com. If you have not checked lately and shopped the Rick and Bubba store, some really cool swag there. Grab it. We'll have some other items coming out
probably first of the year, around Christmas, toward the end of the year, into the first of the year. But there's some great stuff there now. All right, so we'll start with Craig out of Gardendale, Alabama. Craig. He's got us on 104.7 WZZK. Craig, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing good. I was thinking of a reality show where you take some contestants and they stay with Gary for a week and we see who lasts.
You know, there's a lot of that, aren't there? Who's tough? Who can
Call
make
it Gary and Afraid.
What we do, Gary and Afraid is a great idea.
Hey, we'd like to welcome you to Gary and Afraid. I'm Gary.
And so then what it is, we send people down.
I'm Gary.
And they work like this. Also would have a benefit to me because I'd get the fence finished.
Oh,
so we would send a crew and they have to finish this fence with Gary, and then he weeds them out.
Today, I'd just like to announce to you the person that I'm firing from the job today is Chip. Chip, your ass is out.
and that's how he does it.
I'm in.
You know,
I'm all about that.
Right? Because you'll know Chip wasn't gonna make it.
no, Chip.
You know,
Chip takes me breaks.
Today, I'm getting rid of Phil.
Phil, pack your stuff.
Phil, you're out.
Phil, your ass out.
That'd be it. That'd be how he says it.
That's how he says it.
Well, when we come back, we'll find out who Gary says is out. Wouldn't that be good?
That is. I like it.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
And that would be, well, you talk about a ratings monster.
Oh, Rick, I wouldn't miss an episode.
No.
I'd like to welcome all y'all down here to Chilton County. Well, I've got the crew down here today. Not only are we going to work on Miss Sherry's fence, taking them down to do a little work at Lake Mitchell, where I'll be serving them a salad.
And a steak.
I get a nice little steak in it, and maybe a salad. And then after it's over, somebody's out.
The goodbye meal.
Wouldn't that be good?
Yes.
Yeah.
And watching
solid.
Yeah, and everybody, and they do the interview with the people. I really feel like Chip's out today.
Right, yeah, like real professional.
Hey, Gary got on him, rode him hard today.
Chip's on the bubble.
That's right.
Yeah, his boop is out.
Today, we see who can do a post hole digger. I ain't feeling good about Phil.
Let's go to, is it Stephen? Stephen Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Stephen, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. How y'all today?
Stephen, we're getting after it, buddy.
I heard that, man. Listen, I had a thought. Y'all realize y'all been doing this show longer than you haven't been doing the show? To me, that's pretty impressive. I just want to give y'all congratulations on that. Not many people can do that.
Wow.
With anything.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Well, mine,
right,
I think my date of equilibrium will come on my birthday.
Yeah, it's just you're gonna be 60, aren't you?
Right. So we've be doing the show 30-something years, so I'll be doing it as long as I hadn't been doing it.
You'll be right down the middle.
And then we all are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Doing it together.
I am doing it.
We're stomping all over it.
Yeah.
We make it that long, I don't take any month for granted now.
No, it's that's true. Jeff in Glencoe. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I got something for you to watch. It's a documentary. It's called Living with Tigers. And they take these two tiger cubs from Cincinnati Zoo and take them to South Africa to establish them down there. They thought they could hunt, but they found out they couldn't. So this guy spent 3 years teaching these two tiger cubs, male and female, to hunt. Had to teach them wind, cover, scent, everything. Most fascinating thing I've ever seen in my life.
What a bold statement. Yeah, the most fascinating thing you've ever seen in your whole life? Did you see the birth?
On TV.
Did you see the birth of
On
your
TV.
children? Oh, okay. Yeah.
On TV.
And what is it? What is it? It's
Living with Tigers.
And what is it? What kind of is this a series? Greg?
No, it's just it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long, something like that.
But what kind of thing is it? Is it a movie?
No, it's a documentary.
Oh, okay.
A documentary.
I love
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love those.
Living with
Discovery.
Tigers.
Okay, Discovery Channel.
Got it, Jeff.
Okay.
Discovery Channel. It's called Living with Tigers. It'll explain it on there. If you look it up, it'll explain it.
Calm down,
But-
Jeff. You're going to overhype this. Settle down.
You're gonna make it.
We're all
expecting too
right
much.
here. We hear you fine.
We're
You
expecting
don't have
too
to shout
much.
at us. I mean, we're good. I mean, just calm down.
Change your life.
Right. I mean, you just declared it's the greatest thing you've ever seen on TV in your whole life. I've seen a lot of things
Well,
on TV.
Other than Alabama winning national championship, roll tide.
Well, there
yeah.
you go. That's what I mean. So you're forgetting stuff. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Jeff, excited. No way it lives up to Jeff.
I know it. He's really put it out. Rick, best thing he's ever seen. On television.
Great documentary.
Documentary on television.
Right. Let's go to Odenville. Richard standing by.
Odenville.
Richard, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
There's a story that come out on AL.com today that said scientists are saying it's possible the sharks are eating the floating cocaine in the Gulf of Mexico. Just want to get y'all's thoughts on that.
That's probably a movie. Yeah, that's,
I did see some stuff floating up. There was a story about that.
Yeah, that maybe.
I thought it was marijuana. Was it cocaine?
I don't know.
They said they were like, hey, it's not safe to use.
Well, no. Yeah. Jason in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jason, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was wondering if I talked about it, I may have missed it, but did y'all see the sheriff picture that James Spann posted like the day before yesterday?
No,
I think it was taken down in Florida.
Sharks.
Bigfoot.
Oh, man, come on.
All right.
I didn't see it.
No, I hadn't seen it.
Come on, Jason. Come on.
Yeah, y'all need to go look. I think it was posted the day before yesterday.
Okay.
Oh, Bigfoot. Okay.
You know what? You were the story Mingo about the sharks. That explains because I was like, why is Hunter Biden swimming with sharks?
What's that
Is
all
this some
about?
sort of dare or something? I didn't. That makes a lot of sense now.
They might be high if they bite him.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Amen to that.
Look at you.
Bubba, let's see, there you go being judgmental about Hunter. I mean, Jeff.
this
Secret
not-
Service
hey,
has investigated.
I'm not
Yeah,
being
he cleans the
judgmental.
whistle.
Secret Service has investigated, and he's also not in business with his dad. Never has been.
He's took his own pictures. So there you go.
Boy, he has, hasn't he? But none of that matters.
I know it doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter because we got to get rid of these water heaters.
That's right. That's what matters.
It's almost like upside down world we're living in, isn't it?
Top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. If you leave us, enjoy your day. Don't forget, you can get the entire Rick and Bubba audio archive every day on our podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just squad. I don't know. Maybe the
And
five.
this
maybe
is
the
just off
five
too. Yeah.
This is
pulled
just
over.
off Google, so
Well, that's
it may not
up
be right.
2, meaning you can carry 10, but they just decide to carry 5 most of them.
Yeah,
I guess.
Okay, so 10's available. Most of
Yeah.
them just don't do that.
Yeah.
Because of the money.
But still,
based
if,
off that language,
if you
he
line
just
up to practice against 10, though, you're still a guy short.
I can answer that question. I can answer that question, though, on the 5. This is the typical life of linemen. We don't ever get anybody to fill in for us. We have to go do the work. What they've got is a guy says, don't get our quarterback hurt, don't get our running back hurt,
get wide receiver
don't get our
hurt.
best receiver hurt. The lineman, second team, y'all get out here. You know what I mean? That's what that's about. There ain't no practice squad lineman.
Correct.
Bottom of the hour. I remember everybody be up there walking through stuff. We'd be down there live. Life of a lineman's tough. Tough life.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Span.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a
Span's
mighty
back.
Jack Span. He's a mighty good weatherman.
Mike in Monroe, Louisiana. Mike standing by. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys, first of all, I really appreciate you guys for what you do out there. You
Thanks.
know, bringing a little common sense to the airways is a good thing in my book.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm a hunter like you guys, and the first thing I thought about that cold weather up there is what it's doing to the deer population. I thought, oh, my God, what about the cattle and the horses and the pigs and all the rest of the livestock up there? I just, hell,
Yeah, I usually
The hamburger may be going up.
I know you're right. I usually think
It may be cheaper.
I'm usually the first one to say that people act a little strange about their animals and their pets, but I got to tell you, this weather.
Yeah, you better get them out.
You can't mess up and leave Tiffy out tonight.
No.
Then you unless you want to put. The good thing about it, you can sit over by the fireplace and remember what she is. She's froze solid.
Yep.
We continue. John, Alexander City. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was saying I was wondering about the letter carriers up in the Chicago area.
They're not running.
I'm a Southern boy, but I lived in New Jersey for 6 years, and that was rough. I wanted to leave after the first year delivering mail up there, but I was just wondering what they're doing. Are they delivering mail, walk-in, or what?
No, they're shut down. No mail delivery. They said the trucks won't run. The people can't take it.
Yep. No mail. No mail for you.
I mean, they used to have that saying, rain, snow, sleet, or hail, but this is just too much. Equipment won't work.
No.
People won't work.
No, they nothing you do about this.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where
it's deadly. Now they will suffer sadly deaths from this.
Chris, Henniger, Alabama. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I've grown up with y'all and everything else, and I know what we're missing. I'm missing the point where y'all used to play Fat Bottom Girl to drop us off here at the school. My mom would get out there and shake it.
How about Mom? Well, on our 25th anniversary, if there's a little something that you wanted to return tomorrow, you're going to be very happy. It may not be that.
Oh yeah.
It may not be that, but we got a 25th anniversary biggie tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully it'll all work out. Could lead to a 25th anniversary hassle and nightmare, but we're certainly going for it.
Right. It's a 25th anniversary thing. I'll tell you that.
Yes, it is. Well, let's go to Curtis out of Columbus, Mississippi. Curtis, go ahead.
Oh, yes. I want to talk about the halftime show.
Super Bowl, Maroon 5 getting heat from a lot of their fans that they shouldn't play the Super Bowl because of Colin Kaepernick, or I don't know how they're
Right,
timed.
I understand, but what I was going to say, now this may be completely wrong, but I heard the performers during the halftime show, they don't actually get paid. That's a volunteer thing. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. They're saying they shouldn't do it. But people do it for the publicity and the music.
Yeah,
sales.
because they'll sell millions of dollars of downloads just by being on the Super Bowl.
In fact, the NFL thought about charging them at one time to be on there.
It's kind of like back in the old days when Greg and I were in bands. There were certain markets that the bars and the music halls didn't pay you to play. You paid them to get the play.
Yeah,
because there was
you try to sell enough tickets,
sell enough tickets to make the money because their platform they were giving you was so prestigious. You had to pay them to play there. Now those days are over, but the
I can understand the publicity, but you got to think big bands like that. You got some big money going out the door, just not be getting paid. That's the way I think about it anyway.
I'm sure the cost of this. Of the halftime goes back to the NFL.
Yeah, the NFL.
Yeah, they probably cover some of that. But again, you're going to sell, Sunday night and Monday, you're going to make millions of dollars.
Yeah, Curtis, you got to look at this.
It's proven that it absolutely makes.
That's why they keep doing it.
You got to look at this. Every show you go to, and we know this because we did a 20-year tour. Every show you go to, it costs the act money if they're promoting themselves to pay for the hall. To pay for the people that have to work. There's all kinds of charges, and then From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Intern Cam Solo, taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank you for being with us. You can get us live and or archived. Find all those possibilities at rickandbubba.com. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Global warming updates. We've heard some pretty outrageous things already today. Man-made climate change. Experts, Bubba, virtually impossible
for the heat right now not to be tied to man-made carbon emissions. Virtually impossible, experts say. Well, we have more on your climate global warming disruption. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Here it is. Come on, say. Burn, baby, burn. Yeah, come on with it. Burn, baby, burn. So, Bubba.
Rick, there was a tweet on X yesterday, which used to be Twitter.
Right.
From Brian Tannehill. Now, this is a she-Brian.
A she-Brian?
She spells it Brynn. And I want you to hear what she says on here.
Does anybody remember, has anybody ever heard of a female version of Brian? I know there's female versions of gender bender names. I've never heard Brian before.
Well, we're creating a new one.
Okay. Yeah.
Would that be Bryn?
Maybe it is. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Maybe.
I've never seen that name before.
Yeah.
If that's the way you say it, that's fine too.
Yeah. What is it?
She says,
yeah, Bryn.
people don't understand the impact of climate change. Take a look at this map.
Oh, boy.
Anything above 90 degrees Fahrenheit means that outdoor activity is likely to be deadly.
Deadly?
Deadly.
Deadly?
95 plus, and
Bigly.
you cannot survive outdoors even if you're in the shade doing nothing.
You're making this up.
Walk that out for me,
That's not
Bryn.
on there.
Who said that?
People are absolutely tearing her apart on here with the comment.
Well, they should.
If what she says is true, I would already be dead.
For real.
Somebody says, hide your wife, hide your kids because they're baking everybody out there.
That's hilarious.
Breaking news. Miami is hot in July.
Yes.
And always has been.
Yes. And can you believe that?
What?
People have pointed out this is an everyday occurrence in most of the southern states.
Oh, yeah, of
in the
course.
summer.
Absolutely. And she went with 95?
This, I mean, you can't even get out
95.
in it.
Yeah, I would have never survived 1983.
Yeah.
The summer of 1983 when I was practicing, and what they were telling us were temperatures around 110.
And at my old job, they never told us, hey, it's 95, y'all stay out of it.
No.
Never.
I heard in the break room, Rick, same channel. Extreme heat, millions in the path of
Well,
this
there's always
extreme
millions.
heat.
Yeah, because there's
Millions.
usually millions in the
I
path
think I
of
saw
extreme heat
45
in
million
July.
on there.
Yeah. Some people were forced to go inside where their air condition was blazing.
Yes.
And made a few slight adjustments.
So they...
Not saying it's not hot.
It is hot. It's always
but
been
to
hot.
separate
It
this
is
year from others is bizarre.
Well, you
Because,
have
I mean,
to, though. You
data
have-
shows.
No,
We've talked
see
about
there?
it. We've talked about it.
It's
We've shown.
hot. Water's
we've shown,
hot because you got El Nino this year.
See there?
You
Throw that out.
Count for that on
Yeah.
warming of the water.
Sure.
See there?
Got the sharks acting up, I heard.
So she said that
Cocaine.
95 degrees.
Just can't survive.
You
can't
cannot
survive
out there,
outdoors.
even
at
in the shade.
95. Y'all, 95 sometimes
Several-
it feels, hey, that's pretty good. It's 95. It's
Several-
not 100.
Several people have invited her to Las Vegas. Several people have invited her to Arizona.
Right.
Can you believe that?
Is she at least coming back saying, hey, good points, my bad?
Yeah.
Are we getting a my bad out of my brand?
Now, some people are, taking a more direct approach, and we can't read their
right.
response.
Understood.
We would
still
have to
call it
shut Major League Baseball down.
Is it still
Oh,
a
yeah.
tweet? If it's on X, is it still a tweet?
X tweet.
You know,
I think so.
Yeah, this X thing is very confusing because
We're suspending the rest of the MLB season, Rick. It's 95.
95 degrees.
Can't play.
Can't survive.
You can't sit out and watch them, and you can't play.
We
Not
even,
even in the shade.
Florida checking in.
we even tried to put shade over them, but we can't play
Right.
because it doesn't matter. So this X thing, I mean, they're trying to put everything all in one app. Is really what they're doing, right?
Right. It's
And,
more than Twitter, he said.
Yeah. He says Twitter rebrand is not simply a company renaming itself.
Oh no!
As platform adds new features, Elon Musk says it's. But what I don't understand why my everything I'm doing on Twitter looks exactly the same.
Well,
Well,
I
good.
think they're going to add stuff to it later on.
Right,
But it's,
right.
Right. Elon, he's moving and shaking.
Well, good. I mean,
Let's
Did
put
you
the
see?
X.
Did you see too where Biden said they're investigating him because of his ties overseas? I mean,
I think
he
he's an
does
alien.
business worldwide. I mean, what do you expect?
if I was Joe Biden, I wouldn't investigate anybody.
Yeah, I would put my
I
investigation
wouldn't even
down.
say the word.
I would
You
do
could-
away with investigations. All investigations while I'm in office.
You
are
couldn't get me to say the
suspended.
word investigate. That you could try to trick me. Now, what's it called when you're looking into something trying to figure out what happened? I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard this word. Where'd this word come from?
I got hairy legs.
Yeah.
Oh.
One time I was a lifeguard. Only one lifeguard. I had hairy legs. They love each other, Calvin.
What am I thinking? Right here in 1957.
Hey, I ain't lying. Nobody said you were.
Seriously.
Why are you getting on to us?
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. I ain't joking. No, nobody said you were.
Seriously,
We're going
man.
to the Gulf.
Don't jump. Yeah,
Come
don't.
on. Come on, man.
We're going to the Gulf.
That Bryn person deleted that tweet, but
Good.
she has kept the explanations of it, such as saying like at a certain point, your body cannot exchange heat fast enough. You would overheat and die. So I'm right.
Bryn.
No, lady,
No,
that's
Bryn.
not correct.
No brand that rhymes with Lynn. No, that's you're just
Listen, Brian.
What's wrong with just saying, you know what, my
Brian,
bad?
come on.
Yeah, rethinking that, I didn't really think that through. It's obvious that, and it's also just not even
No,
understanding.
it doesn't make sense. It's that thing. I can say anything, and
Do you
must
think?
believe me.
Don't you find, Bubba, and it's been mentioned a lot by
A
Span.
lot of experts from people who've never done anything.
Right, but that's the problem with this. Now I can speak to the world, by the way, and I don't have to make anybody vet me out. But do you think most of this, and Span was talking about this years ago, a lot of this revolves around we don't really understand the difference between weather and climate. I mean, there's a gross a flaw in so much of this because people don't understand that weather is not climate. Climate and weather are not the same thing. And, weather fluctuates wildly.
Yes.
I mean,
day to
it's
day, hour to hour.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
And we're so good at predicting it.
Oh, aren't we good? I don't even pay attention to the
We
forecast.
we have our moments.
Right.
But I tell you, if you're trying to plan something in the afternoon around rain, you just good luck.
Yeah, I've almost, and I was telling Sherry about that.
You know what you're up
Yeah.
against. You just got to go with it.
Because I've lived in the Deep South for a very long time, I'm almost forbidding that anything is planned from July through September in the late afternoon.
Right.
Not for the heat, for that afternoon thunderstorm you have to worry about all
That's
day
true. You
long.
gotta watch out
And
for
when
that.
they come, even though they don't last very long, it ruins everything you were trying to do because it's so
They're loud.
It's so violent, it's so windy, and and there's so much water.
Lot of waterfalls
It's
in a
just
hurry.
it's just not worth it.
It'll
and you,
ruin an
and you
event.
and you spend the whole day going, how much you gonna hit us? I love that
And
feeling.
then it blows through, and there's water standing everywhere.
Greg, tablecloths blowing everywhere. Tents rolling.
Yeah, it's like Greg after he left
falling.
a high school party.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, Greg was here. I can tell.
I'd like to
Look
know.
at that destruction.
I'd like to know when did we get this aversion to eating indoors? How about every time?
Didn't we invent indoors to eat in there?
Right. Didn't we make that to get out of here?
I love to eat indoors.
How about this? The restaurant people. The restaurant people are so funny. I agree. I'll go to a restaurant and be the only person sitting inside.
Yes.
You want to sit out here? Oh, in the blazing heat with the unpredictable afternoon thunderstorm? No, I think I'm going to go in there.
Rick and I had a flower too in there with it.
Yeah. You know, we could put a fan on you and blow hot air on you. I'm good. I just want to. I want to sit in there. Yeah. I also like. I don't like squinting during my dinner or lunch either.
Yeah, when the sun.
Yeah, I'm eating in sunglasses. Okay, and then I can't see the menu because I never got glasses that tint. So now I've got to get my glasses back out that are hanging around my shirt and swap this and the fly. I'm not enjoying that. Can I please go in there? Because I think we like Bubba said, built all this to get out of here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
House gets a
Yeah,
piece of
local
it,
stuff.
local this and that. Everybody goes into a show with cost. You just figure that on ticket sales, or in this case, publicity and downloads, and what it'll do for our image and concerts, you're investing just like in any investment, but you're expecting a return, and that's how they see halftime, and they do get the return on it.
You know, we didn't do that lottery story. We got to do that sometime today.
You know what?
The
Yeah,
guy who
you
did
do.
the math on that.
Yeah, we could do it next. You want to do it next? Let's go to April in the great state of Alabama. April, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
How you doing?
Good. It's working. I wanted to comment. I'm back in Alabama now, obviously, but I moved to Indiana in 2012, and it was an El Nino year. And we had wind chills of negative 50-something, 60s even. And Span's right. He wasn't joking. Your eyeballs will freeze. I could only be out. Yeah, I could go out and like scrape my windshield for like 2 minutes, and you couldn't have any skin exposed. I'm talking pain, and it hurt to breathe.
I ain't living there.
It was terrible.
Look at the people sliding on TV.
I will not
Oh,
live
yeah.
there.
We'll not. We can't live there.
Helpless feeling.
We can't live there. We can't.
Well, I know, and I remember the railroad track. What I was told, because I seen them do that, and I was like, what? Iron, apparently, at those temperatures, becomes brittle. So they keep it warm so that it's flexible.
Oh, there you go. Well, how about that?
I think a lot of, and it looked like I was reading the story, primarily worried about switches because they move, and the ice and snow, like the guy said, gets in there and gets, packed in. So they have to keep that cleared.
And I think what she's saying too, it could get so cold that when it went to shift, it would break.
Yeah, I don't really know about iron and the cold side of it. I mean, we're not down to minus 400, but obviously moving it becomes very problematic. Yeah,
I tell you, the iron I don't know about is Birmingham iron.
That's right. Well, you'll find out shortly.
Doug, out of the great state of Arizona. Doug, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Just fine. How are you, man?
Good. Great. How do you get the show there in Kingman, Arizona?
I get it off of CRTV, off of the Roku, man. I don't subscribe to cable because they're rip-off. So
yeah, I understand.
Cable cutter.
Get off the Roku stick.
I'm glad you got us on Blaze TV, man. That's great. So go ahead.
This is the first time I've ever seen you guys, so I'm pretty happy with your show. I like it a lot.
Thank you very much.
Tell you, I grew up in the great state of South Dakota, and I love it. Woo. But as my old man used to say to us, the only thing between us and the North Pole was 4 strands of barbed wire.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I remember one time when I was young, in junior high school, it was 68 or 69. They had a blizzard up there, and when it was over, we went out the second window on the second floor onto the porch roof and walked across the snow to the barn, opened the hay mound door, climbed down, and fed our horses. So you just when it gets that cold, I'll tell you one thing. You were talking about the cars and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of people up there used to take those drop lights and put a 100-watt bulb in them.
Yeah.
And they'd put them on the engine block and put a tarp over the car to keep the engine warm all night.
Wow.
So when you got up in the morning, the thing would fire up and run.
Oh, and then
you can't use an LED light for that. You got to have the old incandescent.
You got to have the
generate enough heat.
You're right. I didn't think about that. And now, Doug, you're a sellout.
No compact fluorescent. You got to have an incandescent, man. You guys, I love your show. I'm going to watch you every day.
Yeah. Now you've gone off to Arizona. I bet everybody in South Dakota thinks you've sold out and gone to the desert.
No, I ended up here by accident chasing jobs. You know how it is. I was one of the few people in the world that, like you guys, maybe that always went where the work was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And another thing they used to say when I was a kid in South Dakota, and they had all the oil fields and coal fields in Wyoming going boom. They used to say, "How do you get 6 farm boys in a Volkswagen Beetle?" And the answer was, you tell them there's a job in Gillette, Wyoming.
Doug, that's great, man. Thank you. I'm glad you found the show on Blaze TV, and I hope you'll be with us every day.
All right, I will. Thank you. You guys take care.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate the encouragement. Thanks. That's funny.
Love that guy.
I do, too. I wish he and I were having coffee on the porch.
Set of pipes on it.
I'm going hunting with him this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, so 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back. Bubba mentioned it. Do you realize there was a guy who figured out the lottery almost like card counters?
He did.
In casinos.
Rick, you can't fool the numbers.
We'll be right back. We'll do that story next. HD. "21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? How about it? We'll get to some of your phone calls coming at bottom of the hour. Speedy, did you go to the big, what's it called? The Ride for the Brave? The Brave Ride? The motorcycle thing? Did you go to that?
I'm watching.
Well, you were
all.
supposed to be the person that
I did. I got
was
to go by
that was the greeter. It was your hometown.
Day 7, Ride for the Brave, and Dr. Scott Husing was there, and I was able to go by.
Doctor?
I mean, did I say doctor?
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
did say doctor. You got him a doctor?
Hey, Doc, I got this pain in my back.
Doctor. Major Scott Husing.
the doctor.
Yeah.
You
Well,
don't
so-
Hurts when I do this.
Yeah. Mark, Major?
Yeah, Major Scott Husing, not doctor.
Yeah.
But it was a good time. The motorcycles, good night. The
Did
motorcycles.
you get on one?
I did not get on one, but there was a couple of classics that pulled up. But just the money in those,
Greg, did
those
you ride
Harleys
one?
and stuff.
Get on one? You get on the Indian?
Did you ride?
Is that what you were looking for? But it was fun. Quit tapping your little brother.
He's asleep for some reason.
Did you take your arms and put them around him like this and lock your fists together?
There he is.
Hello. I don't know why we're doing this here, but it was day 7 of a 9-day journey from California to Georgia. Going to talk through it.
Or did you reach around and grab the sissy bar?
I did not ride on the back.
Why didn't you ride?
around?
Why not?
They had been riding. They were done
They were
riding.
tired of riding.
Oh my goodness, they're hot, sunburned.
Who's that bald-headed woman on the back? Well,
and but it was
good for her.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen Bubba? Where'd he go?
Yeah, I'm just taking it all in.
is Speedy in this?
I'm just gonna sit here and ride it out.
Oh, man.
Go ahead.
I know
You got another one, so I'm waiting. Is what I'm
Nobody's
doing.
saying anything. You were the
Speedy, I'm having respect
you
for,
were
for our military.
Thank
That's what I
you.
do.
Thank
And
you,
Dr.
Bubba.
Husing.
Yeah, Dr. Hughes.
Yeah,
for some
yeah.
reason.
I wish
Doctor.
Speedy would join you on that.
Yeah.
What?
I'm the one represented the
just
show
kidding
and went.
around.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you got him a doctor.
Well, I just slipped up and said doctor one time.
Right.
That's all right. Who hadn't slipped up in this
That's right.
place?
Nobody. But
This
you.
is not. He's not a doctor.
He's
but I
not,
don't
but you know what? You could have called him something worse.
Yeah, I could have.
Greg,
If you want to call me doctor, I'll be fine
yeah,
with it.
he's a doctor of courage.
He is.
Right.
That's right.
I don't know where that came from even. But he did thank. He wanted to thank the staff really
You
because
ain't gotta
being
say
on the
all that.
Seriously, I hope you have the worst diarrhea
Oh, that's not nice,
about
Speedy.
Pell
That's not-
City.
Oh, that's
right,
not
right when
nice.
you hit the water.
Oh no! Let me
And
think.
can't do anything
Let
about-
me think. What's a good gas station? There.
Well, it's crucial, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you, Cowboys, for being clean.
I'm gonna tell you, the pilots got their own door. That's good. Each one.
You ever had the pleasure of going to the bathroom at Buc-ee's?
Have not, but I've heard
That's
it's
the cleanest,
Oh, yeah.
cleanest place ever. Yeah.
But
makes you want to leave one soaking just to see if they'll live up to the hype.
See, you're the only one that would think like that.
Hey, I think his place is clean. We'll see.
So did
so when I pull up, they had just arrived.
Right.
You talking about Professor Husing?
and so they had just arrived, and so I got to kind of see the setup, and they were all standing outside. Some local TV was there, so you had all the tripod cameras and all the photographers needing stuff.
see
and
Stony Sharp?
they had a drone up, so everybody's trying to document the deal. And my neighbor had gone with the group to Hattiesburg, and then kind of escorted him in, and he was absolutely worn out. And he said, "I can't imagine." They've been doing
It's a
this
long way.
since California, and they
it's a long way.
they got another day tomorrow, and it kind of zapped us a little bit. But
How many days did it take him to get here from California? How many
this
did
is
you
day
say?
7 here.
Seven.
Yeah,
Wow.
And they got
And-
9 total.
Yeah,
That's what you said.
Yeah, well, y'all carrying.
So
out.
will they? Well, I heard it. I actually was
and,
listening this morning.
and
so they left out this morning, headed towards Savannah.
Yeah, day 8.
You
yeah.
meeting them there?
No, wait, actually, I think Savannah's day 9. I
Okay.
want to say, but they're going into Georgia today, and they stop at some point. I'm not really sure, but it was a cool little deal because I got to meet him in person. He thanked me for having him on the podcast. Said that's really helped a lot. He's got a lot of great feedback, and is actually corresponded with some folks that didn't even know what they were doing that are veterans. And that was the main thing that he talked about with Save the Brave, is that it's a pathway for veterans to help connect that might not know where other veterans are within the community, or think they're all by themselves and what they're struggling with, and they try to bring awareness to that. But Ride for the Brave continues on, and you could tell when you touch somebody's shoulder that they're like baking.
Oh, I can't
He was
imagine.
so hot.
Yeah, I bet.
They said that some stops they
Brandon doesn't
actually
hear
get
about it.
bags of ice, and because he has straight up leather on, and put ice all over him just to cool him off. But
Well, if that Bryn girl finds out about this,
Yeah, she'll be all tore up.
Adler, do you have a motorcycle anymore? I know you were going to sell it. Is it gone now?
I still got it. It's still in my garage. Yes.
I thought you sold that.
I know.
I thought you.
I need to.
This
I've been
had been
saying that for about 4 years.
This would have been. You can't quite do it, can you?
I thought that was the deal, though, on the van.
Well, it was, and it still is. Yeah,
Just hadn't done it yet.
Hadn't done it.
By the way, did you guys know that you're supposed to have insurance if a vehicle remains in your name, even if you're not driving it? You're supposed to keep insurance on it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was about to let because I still have my 4Runner too, and I was about to just let it expire and be like, all right, when I sell it, I sell it.
No.
I'm not driving it. I'm not on the road. I don't need insurance.
Still got it, buddy. Still got to have it.
A lot of people don't know that.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it if you're not driving.
Well, right, I'm not driving it.
Well,
but
then I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, I know, but my insurance person emailed me. They're like,
well, yeah, because he wants your money.
He wants that check.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like, it legally, you have to have it if it's still in your name.
Nobody's gonna pull up in your driveway and go, "Hey."
Right. I'm like, if it's not on a road, it's in my yard.
Yeah. What if a tree falls on it? You want insurance on it?
Well, I'm not gonna have. I'm gonna only have the minimum liability on it.
Yeah.
So if a tree does fall on it, then it's still
got to sell it, buddy.
So I got to sell a motorcycle and a 4Runner. I got to sell a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And first person with $7,000 cash, you can have them both.
Oh wow,
Both.
that's a good deal.
Yeah,
that is a great deal.
Adler, I thought about you as I pulled up though, because there was a guy that had it like he liked it with a drone, and he had the screen set up, and he was flying it all over, getting footage and stuff. And I remember when you used to fly your drone all the time.
Do you have it anymore?
I still have my drone. Haven't flown it in forever.
Yeah,
Ruby's like, "What is that thing? I don't even know what it does." I'll show you tomorrow, and then I forget.
You were all about that drone.
Yeah, you remember when it got in the top of that pine tree?
Oh yeah,
And
the lady didn't want him in her yard.
Yes.
Oh, it was great.
That was classic.
Yeah.
Asian lady.
But I should have come to that last night, frankly. I was sitting feeding
on your motorcycle.
I should have. I should have gone.
I was
there.
looking for Law Tigers there. But there were so many motorcycles.
Yes. By the way, if you heard my Law Tigers commercial this week, it's a good one.
Is it funny?
Yeah. I always try to do something new and topical in there. So I'm like, hey, what's up? It's Adler, the TV producer for the Rick and Bubba Show. And hey, it's getting crazy out on the roads. And nobody's paying attention. People are looking at their phones. People are spotting babies on the side of the road. Maybe.
Did you throw that in there?
Adler. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Bottom of the hour phone call.
If you're interested in a motorcycle, actually call the Law Tiger.
Or the motorcycles.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome Thomas Andrew Gardner, or his friends call him Andy. Andy, welcome to the show.
Andy. I like saying Andy.
Andy. That's right. You old man Garner's boy. Yeah. So anyway, we got things to look at here, and Bubba, I'm seeing some things that can help us. He's a junior at Samford University. He's majoring in journalism, mass comm, focusing in broadcasting, public relations, with a minors in sports media and film production. Well done. Okay. I'm looking at the things he says about himself, and one of them that really jumps out at me, composed. He says he's a very composed. Are you composed?
Yeah.
When I first saw him, Rick, I thought of the nickname Holland, just right off the bat.
Yes, I did too. When I first saw him, I said,
here it goes again.
You've got to be on one. You've got to be on one of the 15 different Highland College praise teams or Church of the Highlands, something. Yeah, but
it's a running joke.
It's a running joke. But anyway,
it's a compliment. But
it really
is a funny one.
It is, and a backhanded one, but it is a good one.
Rick, or one that I think just me, you, or Greg would enjoy. What about Andy's Store for Men?
Oh yeah. Andy's Store. We try to sell Andy a lot of advertising with Bubs.
Yep.
All right, so he played baseball for 2 years in high school, basketball, golf. Now this is what you're going to be surprised. So it's going to help us with the nickname, no doubt. So baseball 2 years, varsity basketball 2 years, and varsity on both of those. Varsity golf for 1 year, and then out of nowhere, school mascot for 1 year. And he says he thinks he got robbed in the state mascot championship.
I did. I'm telling you guys, I had a T-shirt cannon.
Right.
The other guy didn't have nothing.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
so what were you?
Red Devil.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
5?
That may take you off the praise team at Church of the Highlands.
Yeah, I know. I can't wear that.
Home of the UFO spotting.
Oh, yeah. So 5 high school, you were a Red Devil, and you're saying the guy who beat you or the woman who beat you
is Saraland Spartans. I won't ever forget it. We had like all of DeKalb County, Jackson County, like around where I'm from, voting, and a bunch of posts on Facebook. People were just going crazy with it.
Got ripped.
Yeah, I know. We're a little 2A school. I had like 60 people in my graduating class. Saraland has like 400.
So you're saying it was weighted?
Well, that's why you lost.
It was. Yeah.
I think this is simple math.
Can I tell you what I love?
The numbers overcame the T-shirt launcher.
The first time he looked at me seriously, he goes, "I got robbed. I had a T-shirt launcher."
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Well, we've had one too. You got to be careful.
Be
with that
very
thing.
careful with
I
those.
want one of those, like the Gatling guns, where you like crank it.
Oh,
yeah.
baby. So, Bubba, it says one of his skills, he's punctual. That'll serve you well here.
Now, what position did you play in baseball? You look like a second baseman.
He does like a second baseman.
I was a utility player. I played everywhere: pitcher, catcher, third base, sometimes shortstop.
What about basketball? You like a 3-point shooter to me.
Surprisingly, I actually played the 5-man or the center or power forward because we had no height. We had absolutely no
So
height.
you're in the paint?
Are you talking about junior high?
Varsity. Yeah.
No, varsity. I was.
What classification is 5?
How tall are you?
2A.
That's what that makes.
How tall are you?
That makes sense.
I'm like 5'10" ish, right in there.
Wow.
I mean, I guess I was just I'd get in there and bang around. I was that dirty player. I was the one that I was like Grayson Allen for Duke, you know.
Oh, you're that guy. You're that guy.
I was that guy.
Bill Lambier to our generation.
Yeah.
All right, so
you really dating.
I got to go back to school mascot. So when you were baseball, basketball, so you were the school mascot for football?
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
Well-rounded.
Yeah, he's got it all. I mean, you know what they call him, Bubba? I mean, he's sought after. He can do it all.
Oh, I know.
And composed.
He's punctual.
And composed.
He's composed. He plays sports.
He's neat.
But he's not afraid to be a mascot.
Nope.
He's been in. He sings a little bit. Looks like here. Been in the chorus.
I know Bubba made
So
that comment about Highlands, but he is a worship leader.
I knew it. So you're not just a praise team guy. You actually lead worship at your church.
I wouldn't say like lead worship. It's more like a low key worship team that just kind of does it like maybe like once or twice a month. It's more of a traditional church. It's First Baptist of Crossville. So it's more of like choral music and everything. And then every now and then when they want to, spice it up and kind of switch from hymns, they'll
drag it up,
drag us out. Yeah.
I don't want to get controversial here. Did they know you once dressed as a Red Devil?
Yeah. They do.
Okay.
I can't wear my Letterman's jacket to church though, because I would feel terrible because it's got Red Devils or whatever.
Well,
I never would wear it to church.
Yeah, the pitchfor. I mean, it just
yeah,
didn't
it's
go.
just.
But I'm going to go back.
tail.
I'm going to go back to this. So, in other words, what you just described to me, and Bubba, we all remember this when we were younger and went to your traditional, church and whatever. And you're sitting in there with Meemaw, and then all of a sudden they say, "Today we got special music."
Oh yeah.
Remember special music?
Oh yeah.
And so when we look up and see
They
you,
still call it special music.
oh yeah, when we look up and we see you, you know what somebody says? Well, today's special music. Somebody means business. Somebody means business. We got special
He's
music.
got one of them electrified guitars.
Hey, I saw Andy looking over some lyrics. We got special music today. All right, so we could do intern special music. So here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds a pop. Lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, that's you're in charge now. You're programming this segment. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, none of that allowed. Just comments, questions, and information. Some of you, as we are all speaking, you are hearing it on Raycon earbuds. Talked to one of our listeners just the other day, and they were bragging on buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can listen to it either on your own time on our daily podcast, or you can listen to it live on our TuneIn app or one of America's boldest radio stations. All there on the Raycons. Maybe you want to watch our YouTube experience, but you want to keep the audio in your earbuds so you're not disturbing others. That's also an option. They have buy now, pay later options. These are about half the price of the other premium audio brands, but just as good and better than most. And with our special, buyraycon.com/Bubba, go there, get an additional 15% off.
So, and they are fantastic. They fit so much more comfortably. They've got all kinds of, they got different sound profiles for you to customize the listening experience. They're incredibly durable. So get yours right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba and enjoy the Rick and Bubba content every day on the quality of buyraycon.com/Bubba at about half the price. To the phones we go. Brian, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey guys, so y'all talking about renovating and the wives picking colors, and there's something I need y'all's help with, kind of similar to that, and it's the situation with the daggum pillows. Is there a way beat the pillows? Listen, every single sitting surface, every single leg surface in my house buried in pillows. When I used to look at a pillow, I would relax. I would think of laying my head on it, and now, God, my gosh, it stresses me out because it's work. I got.
You can't lay your greasy head on them pillows that are there for looks.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to ask a question on that note because I experienced it last night. Something that Sherry and I were invited to. So you go into someone's house, and there were a number of people there, and there would be enough room for some more of us to sit on the couch if we would get rid of some of these pillows. What do you do with other people's pillows when you need to move them to make room for more people? Where do you put them?
Next to the end table on the floor. Just set them quiet and easy and nicely right
over
there. Don't bring a lot of attention to it. Just gently move it.
Move them out and sit on down.
I didn't know where to put the pillows. Yeah, because
that's a real thing.
It's a mess too. Yeah. Let's go to Matt, Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. Matt, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Adler was talking about his Forerunner. I, too, have a vehicle that doesn't get driven. You can call the insurance company and suspend coverage on it. It still stays listed on the insurance, but you're not paying anything for it. The only catch is you have to take the tag from that vehicle and turn it into the DMV.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, to me, if I'm an insurance salesman, I'm trying to sell you on the option of, hey, you can't cancel that.
Well, yeah, right.
You can't cancel that.
Don't you do it?
So you would have to take the tag off of it.
Yes, I'm getting a lot of emails like that. Thank y'all for the tips and everything.
Cody,
leave me alone.
Cody in Mississippi. Cody, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, how y'all?
We're good. Good.
Hey, I want to do a liner for y'all.
Oh my,
that's gonna be good.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Let me explain. Y'all have all these celebrities and everybody that does liners, and when Donald Trump didn't get up this morning and think, I'm gonna turn on the Rick and Bubba show. But us everyday commoners that listen to y'all every day, we want a voice, and I want to do a liner to bring it out of the bed or whatever.
Fire it up.
Nobody gave him a time right when it was time.
Golly.
How
about that
it was 31 seconds and nothing.
You can always record it on your phone and email it to me, Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah. Okay. Speedy loves them.
Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, about that Carlee case, if y'all might have caught it, but
about what, sir? We couldn't understand what
Carlee
you said.
case.
That's impressive.
All right, way to go, Speedy.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So let's start over, Michael. All right, go again.
Okay, about the Carlee thing, when the lawyer was giving his spiel, talking about she was apologizing and pray for Carlee and her family, right out of the middle of nowhere, he said she was not hemmed up in no hotel with nobody. And I just kind of found that kind of funny, Glad to know that.
Well, that was one of the
That
stories.
was one of the stories.
Yeah, that was one of the.
He was disputing all the things that had been said.
Yeah.
Basically saying any scenario that was given to you, none of them are accurate.
Thank you, pal.
Right.
You want to do a liner?
Yeah.
We should have had him do a liner, too.
I know.
Bring it on.
Zach Wetumpka. Zach, go ahead.
Start with your liner.
Hey, listen to old Rick and Bubba. Old man Briar jumped in the fire too hot, jumped in the pot too black, jumped in the crack too high, jumped in the sky too blue, jumped in canoe too shallow, jumped in the shallow too soft, jumped in the loft too rotten, jumped in the cotton so white, I'll stay there all night.
Ernest T. Bass.
I got you. Ernest T. Bass.
Thank you, Ernest.
That's good.
That was really good. And he did it in 18 seconds.
He did.
Yeah, that was great. Let's go.
He got tired just 1 second.
Yeah, out of breath.
Yeah, well, he was rolling too. He was rolling. Eric in Mississippi. Eric, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Just wanted to see if y'all heard from Nopi lately. I know it's been a while.
Yeah, Bubba was trying to get his dog to have a reunion with Nope, hoping he would draw him out.
But we didn't know where to find Nope.
We need to check in with him.
Yeah.
How he's doing.
Nothing.
Maybe he hears this.
Nothing. No Nope update.
I know he listens to the kickoff hour, so maybe he'll get word. Maybe call there tomorrow.
You know what you know what you say when somebody says, "Have you heard from Nope?" You go, "Nope, nope." Frank, Pell City, ZZK. Frankie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to make a comment about the Carlee case also. The lady that I feel the worst for is Anaya Blanchard's mother. That had to be heartbreaking for her to get out there and do that, and then that woman do that. That is, and I'm sure I'm not sure about. It's probably a woke DA down there in the Bessemer cutoff or whatever. It's not going to spank her real bad.
Well, you don't know that. See,
jury's still out, so to speak, and just let it play out and see how it all goes. But I agree with you on Anaya Blanchard because that was a young lady that was kidnapped in Auburn, and we've got a law I think now named after her, and she was jumped in on this case right away to help out. So,
well, you're right, and first of all, the attorney did not say she was not going to be punished, so that's inaccurate. Mm-hmm. We'll all have a comment on that after she's either charged or not charged or whatever, but we'll see how that goes. So we can't really comment on that now. Where I will agree with y'all on those people that probably need a personal apology, I would add that family. I would put that family on that list, wouldn't you? Sure. She doesn't owe me one, but she probably owes them one.
I think not you personal, but it probably just owes the public one for all the panic.
Yeah. Yep. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi, this is Mike in South Carolina, and you're listening to Greg's number one minion, Doo-Doo, Rick and Bubba Show.
There you go.
All right, there's a line.
That was pretty. That's a good voice.
You see, though, where he wasn't going to risk what the other guy had. Yeah, right. A long explanation.
Yeah, he gets fired up.
They could cost you the buzzer.
I like it.
And he's like, if they answer the phone, I'm getting mine in. And so, yeah, the listeners' liners, that's a concept. Yeah. It is. Don't you pretty much give us a liner when you call, when we say you can call now?
Yes.
And then you get to talk about what the show means to you, or if you hate it or dislike it or whatever.
True. Yes.
Aren't those in a way listener liners?
Yes, they are.
But a funny idea. 866 We Be Big. There's still room for you to join us in maybe a minute or two before we wrap up this hour, as Cam Solo continues to take those phone calls, and we might be able to work in one or another. When we come back, and you brought this up, this Texas Governor Abbott and the Biden administration trying to give him a hard time because of him deciding, like others have before, to protect their own border if the federal government's not going to,
right.
Even though the Constitution does give them the demand to secure the borders, and the federal government doesn't want to do that, but then they want to do all the things that it doesn't say they can do.
Yeah, it's an interesting case. We've also got another bit of breaking news, some information that's come out. Congress is going to be having some hearings on UFOs this week.
Oh, boy.
And we have a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. His name is Christopher Mellon, and he said some pretty unbelievable things on Chris Cuomo's show.
Really?
So we need to hear what he said.
All right, we'll do that. We'll do both those when we come back and wrap up the hour. 866 We Be Big. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Find out what's happening in and around your area involving the show. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Find out how you can get all the Rick and Bubba show on your own time through our podcast archives and our YouTube archive every day. All that at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so that's one. I don't know that we want to go with Red Devil, but
Red Devil special music.
Okay. Red Devil Eye. Red Devil Eye. Red Devil Eye. So we've got that there. We got anything tied to punctuality and he's all and composure.
Wow, a lot of stuff there.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah. Have you ever had a nickname before?
This is where you tell us the truth, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna find it. People are just gonna call in if you don't. So go ahead.
Honestly, no. Like, I've just went by Andy.
Okay. Andy Cap.
Andy Cap.
What?
Andy.
Rick,
whatever.
how about I got robbed?
That's good.
Intern, I got robbed.
Dandy Andy. I see that one coming in.
A lot of that. We got
Crank it up, me ma.
We got Highlands. We got Composed. We got Nard Dog, Andy from The Office.
Oh yeah, that's Nard Dog.
Nard Dog is good.
Yeah,
I like that too.
We gotta have a big tuna though if we have Nard Dog.
Right. We got Andy Griffith, but that Greg won't allow us to call other people's names.
Intern Jack of all trades.
Yeah, we got that.
We got Sore Loser.
Sore Loser. We got Mayberry. We got Polar Vortex.
One White Charlie.
Oh, I like Polar Vortex. I like Polar Vortex.
We got Barney Baller. Don't know what that means. I don't know. That's just
Barney. Well, he's a mascot, Barney, and then he played basketball, Baller.
Got Deep Freeze.
All right. Somebody says that you have had a nickname. It's in capital letters in here.
Oh boy,
is that from you? The Skunk Bash. Who put that up there? All right,
Haley Sue's just to point that finger in there.
No. When I was little, my mom would call me Peanut.
Okay. There
Peanut.
What if we had Intern? Daddy calls me Pumpkin and Mama calls me Peanut.
Don't do that to me.
I'm sorry.
Mama calls me Peanut. Daddy calls me Pumpkin.
I have a close personal friend. His name is Peanut. It's one of my dad's best friends. So technically, that would just cause too much controversy. I think we should leave Peanut out of it.
Okay.
Well, sorry, Peanut. You have no choice.
Sorry, Peanut. You're gonna have
Red
to
Devil
What
Peanut.
Shout out to Peanut Patrick.
Crossful Composed Peanut.
There you go.
Crossful Composed Peanut.
Hey, I heard Skunk calling Pumpkin earlier, and he went, "Hey, Pumpkin, do you have?"
No, he did not.
I turned around. I was like, "What?"
Oh my gosh.
We shorten all the nicknames, if y'all know.
All right, we'll come back and we'll narrow it
It's
down.
just funny hearing you scream for her. Pumpkin.
We see some already that we think we want to put in there.
Oh yeah.
And
Mama
then we'll,
calls me Peanut.
That's right.
one.
All right, so we'll do that when we come back. All right. Mama calls me Peanut. I like Polar Vortex.
Yeah. On time worship.
I like I was robbed.
Polar Vortex even mean?
What about I'm Andy and I was robbed?
How about
What about I'm Andy? I'm the real Andy.
How about I'm laughing? Somebody said his
My
nickname should
Instagram
be.
is Andy in real life.
His nickname should be Just As I Am. That wasn't special music. That was traditional.
That's a good one.
Hey, that's my favorite invitational.
Of course.
It's a good one.
All right, we got another intern that is now going into Rick and Bubba University. Was in show choir, in the chorus, was in the SGA,
So was Speedy.
and was the football mascot, who he believes was robbed in the mascot
I was
championship.
robbed. I don't believe I was robbed.
Yeah, right. Because why?
I had a T-shirt cannon.
Okay, so anyway,
that was a.
here are some things
shoe-in.
coming in, but we forgot about Fife, Alabama's historic UFO tie-in.
Yeah. I mean, that was big. Cattle mutilation.
Cattle mutilation.
Oh, yeah.
They have a UFO festival. You said you played in a band when you were there?
Yeah, UFO days. I was in 9th grade. The band's name was
UFO Day.
Outlaw.
Outlaw.
It was.
I bet y'all brought it.
Oh, we did. I actually forgot the lyrics to the main song on the set list, and so I just hummed.
Oh, wow.
For a solid minute and 30 seconds.
You could tell you meant to do that, though, because of
Yeah, I
UFOs.
did.
That's UFO Day.
So
UFO days.
with the tie-in to UFOs, Rick, and one of our favorite all-time UFO stories and movies, I have to submit Fire in the Sky.
Intern Fire in the Sky. Also ties to the Red Devil and all that, too.
That sounds like you know how Native Americans have the names like Ocean Child? It sounds like a Native American name.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can roll with it.
Yeah. All right, here's the other thing, too. Some people say because his name's Andy, Intern Toy Story.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
yeah.
I knew that one was coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like that.
So
I was driving here this
Wasn't
morning.
the
and I knew what it
squirrel on
was.
Funny Farm named Andy, too, that she wrote about and made the hit book with?
Oh, that's some funny.
Wow, that's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut. You may be right. I can't stand
I
against
don't
it.
even remember that part of the movie.
I can find
Remember, he got mad?
Yeah, I remember now.
He
but
was
I
trying to write a book, and he couldn't get it. And
Right.
she
It's been a
wrote
while.
one, it was published.
forgot all
right.
about that.
Yeah.
All right, so Speedy. All right, so we're narrowing it down. I think we have plenty.
And his
I
name
got
was
Fire in
Andy.
the Sky and Toy
that
Story
book about
marked
me?
because I
Okay.
know you like that.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba's in
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us. Things you need to know tonight. If you catch our show out of Linden, Alabama, down in that part of Bama, or you're in that association down there of Baptist churches, they're meeting tonight with Rich Wingo speaking at Linden Baptist Church. Also, we'll have a pastor there who is at one of our churches doing
the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and he'll be telling you how it has worked at his church, so you consider plugging it in at yours. You'll get a great message tonight from Wingo, I promise you. Linden Baptist Church, Linden, Alabama. So, Bubba, set up what we're about to watch and hear.
Okay, so the Congress is going to be having some hearings this week into UFOs and UAPs. Prior to that, this was Christopher Mellon. He is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. He served in the Bush and the Clinton administrations, and he's on with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and he's talking about some of the things that he thinks will come out in this.
Okay.
So what do you believe that we're dealing with? That they know about equipment and technology from other countries that they have kept secret? Or do you believe that there is any chance that the American government has knowledge of things they believe are not from Earth and they've kept it from the American people?
I've been told that that is the case by several Defense Department officials. I've been
that
told
it's not from this Earth, or they don't know from where it's from on this Earth?
I've been told that we have recovered technology that did not originate on this Earth by officials in the Department of Defense and by former intelligence officials. I've referred some of those officials to the office that's undertaking this investigation. Dave is another one of those individuals. He's decided to go public with his information. So there are credible people, and we have a direct conflict here between what Dr. Kirkpatrick is saying and what these other folks are saying, and Congress is in the middle, and they got to sort it out.
Bubba, what say you?
Well, it is interesting that we continue to see more and more of these people come out that seem to think we have a technology not of this earth. Now, if you notice, all of them have been told, though, from somebody else. It's a somebody said. None of them can say, I put my hand on it, I saw what the metal was doing, or whatever. So there's a little disconnect there, but it is interesting that more and more of these people who have held some of the highest levels in our Defense Department are coming out and saying this, and they're going to be hearing from pilots this week who have dealt with this. And so, Congress has an oversight issue, and maybe they can get to the bottom of it.
Anybody in here think that we're going to get an official statement from anyone in the government that we have things that are not of this world? Anybody think that's going to happen? It's going to remain in that clouded, unsure, gray area of, they're not telling you all the truth, man. Do you really think they're going to, now that we got everybody here, is everybody here? Everybody settled in? Y'all got your mics where you want them? Okay. I'm an official government. I'm a government official. I have all the authority. I represent the current government, the current Biden administration of the United States of America. And is this the camera I should be looking at? I want the United States of America to know, and the rest of the globe, that what we have are we got technology and craft that have come from another planet and another world. Does anybody think that's going to happen?
I doubt it.
Right. Yeah.
In those terms, but you are going to hear references to David Grush. And he may be one of these guys that's going to testify. Grusch. He was on the government's top secret UAP program that Travis Taylor was on, and that this other guy that they had in Skinwalker Ranch was on. So there's a lot of people saying somebody said. But, you used to never hear that.
Right.
So
somebody said.
It's come a long way, but will we get to the bottom of it? I don't know.
At least we've left Area 51. Right. The only way we get that statement, if somebody says, if we do this, they'll stop talking about Hunter Biden, I'll tell you.
Yeah. That's
now
that is true.
Now, in that case, we may get it.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
They may roll one out.
They may roll one out there. Guys, I know y'all want to talk about Hunter Biden, but we're possibly under attack from another planet. It seems like we need to move into something that people really care about.
Yep.
That's what the left always tells you, that people don't care about things like that.
Right.
they make that decision for us, which is interesting.
Now, Mellon did say he expects new information about UFOs to come out.
Right. Well, we'll see.
It'll be covered in this.
It seems like they're kind of slow rolling it, Bubba.
Yeah, but at least they're rolling it out, so we're getting a little more used to it.
Yeah.
What about the theory that when we set off the nukes, that kind of sent a kind of a signal throughout the universe, and that's what really brought attention to us, and that's why they're coming and checking us out. They're like, "Hey, whoa, what are you guys doing over there?"
Well,
have you heard that? It's one of those. I think it's one of those points in the evolution of a society when they learn to split the atom that you would definitely start paying attention to what they're doing.
Well,
if you were an observer from another world,
yes, I would say since we have
more advanced,
unless I may not be aware of it, since we haven't had a documented alien from another planet tell us why they're checking on us. That theory is as good as any.
Yeah.
Right.
And there was an increase after that. Right. It's so one of the things that is interesting to me though, a lot of the UFO sightings we had say prior to the last 10 years or so was of a flying saucer, the disc. It seems like a lot of them you hear now are a triangle with lights on them. Mm-hmm. Have you noticed that?
Well, I mean, just like we move forward in our automobile designs. You don't stay with the same design.
Or maybe there's more than
aircraft
one.
has changed.
Or there may be more than one
our spaceships have
changed visiting us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do y'all think they're walking amongst us? They can just change how they look?
Elon Musk, no doubt.
Right.
He's one of them lizard people.
Well, considering
I've been to Walmart late at night and I see something.
The Tic Tac videos had these things darting in and out of the water.
Yeah.
So, is there possible that they would have a remote base here under the water?
Atlantis.
I think I feel like we probably would have found it, but I don't know.
Sure.
That's vast.
Who knows?
But a lot of sightings happen down at the water, down at the beach.
Thank you.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
And apparently,
not going to go into it, but I was in a hot tub one time and things got crazy.
You told me that story.
Not like
Yes, not like that.
Not crazy like that.
Not his hot tub alien sighting.
You
not that
very
one.
told me you that.
Hey, happened.
Apparently,
it was a drone.
How about this? Apparently, they're after soybeans and corn too. So
crop circles.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, and plus, there's a lot of sightings out where you can see the sky better.
Yeah. Where you don't have the trees.
No pollution.
You got a better view.
Yep, that's it. Are there supernatural beings walking among us? Yes. Are they from another planet? That I don't know. Another dimension, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's I truly believe that.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to,
Sure.
with our convictions.
Right. But that's plenty for me.
And we
right.
There's a lot out there. We just learn more and more about it every day.
Like I said, that's it's pretty intriguing stuff.
Could be somebody that really enjoys the show, and they're sitting in the golden ticket seats right now.
Could be. Thank you for being here,
Penny Miller.
Have y'all been studying how to make cornbread? All right, if you're leaving us,
you'll say anything in there.
I thought that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's almost like he thinks nobody.
Like he's protected.
He's not part of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.